We're ready to start at 1 o'clock. And when it clicks over to 1, start running. Yeah, okay. Webcast is on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to welcome members to this remote meeting of full council. And I'd also like to welcome all members of the public who are joining us today. You are more than welcome. Could I remind members that this program will be webcast? Also, can I ask members to please put your microphone on mute until asked to speak? Today, I've got no announcements. So we'll go to item 1, which is the minute held on the 15th of July and the 1st of September 2020. Councillor Dawson.
I'd like to move that the minutes be approved, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne.
Second, my Lord Mayor.
Are all in favours? If anyone not in favours or abstain, could you please say, as I'll take that as a yes. Is all members in favour? That's being carried. Item 2, declaration of interest. Does members have anything to declare? Again, if you do, please say. If not, I'll take it as no. That's being declared. Communication. Could I call on Councillor Blake?
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. Thank you. I just would like to make a statement to Council this afternoon. We note the announcement made by Wakefield Council yesterday in relation to Welcome to Yorkshire and the decision to rule out giving future funding to Welcome to Yorkshire at the current time. Members will be aware that a total of £1.4 million worth of funding of support was requested by Welcome to Yorkshire from the North and West Yorkshire 2019-20 business rates pool, with a proposed contribution from Leeds City Council being £179,658. Welcome to Yorkshire has been the subject of regular West Yorkshire leaders meetings chaired by Councillor Susan Hinchcliffe, the leader of Bradford, and hosted by WICA. Drafts of their new business plan were shared with local authorities, including Leeds, in advance of the decision to support the organisation. Support in principle was reached by West Yorkshire leaders on the 21st of May 2020. Each local authority then needed to go through its own decision-making process before funds could be released. At the Scrutiny Board for Strategy and Resources on the 22nd of July 2020, the board was advised that it was the council's intention to continue to support Welcome to Yorkshire, but no decision had been made. I'm sure Scrutiny will continue to take an active interest in this matter going forward. Agreement was reached on the 4th of August 2020 with Bradford, Kirklees and Calderdale to release the funding on the 6th of August 2020 without Wakefield. This was because of the urgency of the situation, Welcome to Yorkshire being at a critical juncture without support from local authorities. It was in this context that the Director of City Development took a delegated decision on the 5th of August to make a payment to Welcome to Yorkshire of £179,658, which was duly published. This decision was taken on the condition that a funding agreement be put in place, which is currently being finalised. The Leeds City Council contribution, together with contributions from Bradford, Calderdale and Kirklees, was paid to Welcome to Yorkshire on the 6th of August. In addition, I can advise that many other local authorities, including North Yorkshire County Council, have also agreed to make a payment to Welcome to Yorkshire. Tourism is worth an estimated £9 billion each year to the Yorkshire economy, which has been significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The industry's recovery will be crucial in helping local communities all across the region to bounce back over the coming months. And it is more important than ever that work receives the proper level of support. Welcome to Yorkshire has and will be a key part of that. In the recent months, the new Chief Executive and his team at Welcome to Yorkshire have been innovative, collaborative, and worked relentlessly to support the sector. And we remain committed to working together with the organisation and with other local authorities to support the strong Yorkshire brand and to see our region flourish. I'm more than happy to keep working with other group leaders across council after this meeting, and to keep them informed of future progress on this important issue. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I begin by thanking Councillor Blake for agreeing to my request yesterday to make this statement to all members of the council today. And I would join with her in saying that at this crucial time, it's more important than ever that Welcome to Yorkshire operates on a transparent, effective and open way. Never has there been a time when our tourist industry has needed more help, which makes it all the more concerning that this whole process has been yet again shrouded in mystery. And to be perfectly blunt about it, all the decisions that have been taken in West Yorkshire have been made by Labour council leaders in conjunction with chief executives. No opposition parties have been involved. Indeed, it has been a real effort to drag any sort of information out of the administrations at all. What makes it farcical is the chairman of Welcome to Yorkshire is the former leader of Wakefield Council, and it's his council that have effectively pulled the plug. And there are a whole series of questions which need answering. For example, to contradict Councillor Blake, why did we in Leeds release the funding when we only had a draft of the business plan at that time, as I understand it? I'm also told that the accounts for Welcome to Yorkshire have still not been audited. Signing off in a delegated way during COVID is not acceptable in a very sensitive area. Welcome to Yorkshire should be a flagship for all of Yorkshire, and there's an opportunity here to sort it out, but only if there is much more transparency and we operate together, and all parties, and please don't give me the excuse that North Yorkshire is Conservative controlled. I'm talking about West Yorkshire, that all parties are involved in what's going on, or I fear we will limp from crisis to crisis at the most dangerous of times. And I aren't going to accept COVID as an excuse for not having more transparency. I would hope at some stage in the very near future, the leader of council will indicate how all opposition leaders in Leeds are going to be fully briefed on the current situation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I now call on the Chief Executive to update Council on the current COVID position in Leeds?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and good afternoon to all councillors. We obviously provide the very thorough written updates, but we thought it would be helpful for you to have a verbal one from me about where we stand as a city. We are currently in obviously an ongoing live situation where things are changing, and you know that the cases are rising within the city as they are throughout the country. We are classified at the moment as an area for enhanced support by government, and that may stay the same or change. If our case rates continue to rise, we do expect that that may change, and we may get extra restrictions as other parts of the country in the north have undergone. And there are meetings today of what's called the Silver Group that's chaired by Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer, and tomorrow the Gold meeting chaired by Matt Hancock, the Secretary of State. And we will know more later in the week about where we stand and where the rest of our neighbouring authorities stand. We will keep members and group leaders fully informed as we move through that process. We continue to be really proud of the city's response, with the vast majority of people in communities doing the right thing, all our partners making a significant contribution, council staff going above and beyond to ensure we do all that we can. And thank you to all of you as ward members, who I know have been very active in reinforcing our messages and connecting at a very local level with your communities, because that is where if you like, the front line of keeping the virus under control takes place. The up-to-date information is that today's 7-day rolling infection rate is 75.5 per 100,000, and the 7-day positivity rate is 6.5%. Both of those slight increases, although over the last 3 days, we have seen a slight, a sort of deceleration in the rise that's happened. But it is volatile. Our testing rate, despite the well-publicised challenges with the national system, continues to be quite high relatively. So it's 166 per 100,000 people at the moment. The rates are high across the region and more broadly across the country, as I've said, and all areas have had significant increases in the north at least. We continue to have cases in all wards now, with the highest currently in the west of the city and to the north and east of the city centre. But this is dynamic and it does tend to change. The age breakdown is that the 15 to 34-year-old group is the highest age group, but they are now closely followed by the 35 to 49-year-old group. So it is about young people and young adults, but it is also extending to other parts of the population. And critically, Leeds now has rises in all age groups. The ethnicity of that breakdown is dynamic and evolving, and around 60% of those are white British, to give you a sense of how that is spread right across the city's demographic. There are a number of settings outbreaks in the city which have been limited but are now growing. There are 19 cases in care homes and more than 44 schools with cases, and 1 significant workplace outbreak. It's worth reiterating for you as ward members, as you get the updates about the school cases, that what happens is that Public Health England have a conversation with the school and do the contact tracing, if you like, and our local team does that as well. And it all comes down to how many people have spent, how many children or staff or people have spent 15 minutes or more within 2 meters of the person with a positive case, or 1 minute or more within 1 meter of the positive case. And that goes back to the real front line of the virus is keeping our social distance from other people. That's the thing that will stop the flow. We have a comprehensive set of actions, localized efforts in response to clusters and outbreaks, testing, door knocking, enforcement, and wider communications, especially about the new rules, the new rule of 6, which the government has introduced to try and simplify the messaging to people about what needs to happen in terms of social gatherings. Extensive work on testing, including our bespoke local arrangements for key workers that will be circulating round to members later today, so that with the problems with the testing system, if you do get approached about key worker testing, you know what to do and where comms can be directed to. We have a significant campaign with licensed premises, particularly in the student areas with the students returning, with multi-agency teams visiting all premises with plans for further rollout. The new app that you may remember was put on hold by the government is now going to be launched on the 24th of September. And it's a real opportunity for us to get behind that as a city. The data concerns have been taken care of. The data will be held on people's own phones. The connection by Bluetooth will happen if you're in close contact with somebody. There will be a QR code, a scan code that venues and premises can use to allow people with the app to check in if they're entering a bar or a restaurant or a venue or a workplace. So we're working very actively to make sure that all our licensed premises, all 900 of them, and our 600 partners have this QR code on their entrances when people enter the venue. This will help us through the winter manage the virus as it continues to wax and wane within our community. And we are hoping as well to set up much more localized contact tracing efforts soon, because we know that the most effective reach that you get for people is with a localized system, not the national system itself. Myself and the leader have done extensive engagement with the universities, with colleges, schools, the third sector, businesses, health and police. In the last week or so, we've contacted organisations with over 100,000 employees and a reach to all, you know, the students, the children and the workforce in the city and the key partners. Neil continues to lead our organisational response. Looking ahead, we're clearly concerned about the impact of transmission if this continues and the impacts on those more vulnerable. I've got to say hospital admissions have slightly risen in the last week. So we are seeing that follow through now into the hospital. So the partnership work will continue to be crucial. Our volunteers will play a crucial role again, and our work to help the shielded and the vulnerable will no doubt be really important through the winter. We do have concerns about the national testing system, which we're feeding through, and we hope that the national system will improve over the weeks ahead, as the Secretary of State has said. I'll leave it there, Lord Mayor. Hopefully that provides a thorough update for members. And if they have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or Mariana Pexton or the leader. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now move to procedural motion. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne.
Second, my Lord Mayor.
I'll now call for a vote. Again, I'll remind members, if you're against or abstain, could you please say, else I'll take your silent. That's being carried. Item 4, we move to appointments. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Scope.
I second, my Lord Mayor.
I'll now call for a vote. Again, I'll take your silence for a yes. Is anyone abstaining or against? That's being carried. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Okay, we're going to call on a vote for the East Community Committee on behalf of Councillor Dennis Reagan. Could I remind members, it's only the members from this ward entitled to vote who are Councillor Reagan, Graham, Calm, Maxud, Councillor Arif, Hussain, Dye, Jenkins, and Drinkwater. All those in favor, please say. If you are against or abstain, could you say? That has been carried. Thank you. Item 5, Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Scott.
I second, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I must say, my Lord Mayor, it gives me no pleasure in making these comments at this afternoon's meetings. In April 2020, Councillor Heselwood made some misleading and incredibly insensitive comments about our Prime Minister. And she was rightly removed from a deputy executive position by the leader. In our council meeting July 2020, in response to a question by Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Blake confirmed that there was no need to reappoint the position of Deputy Executive Member Learning, Skills and Employment, that it was well covered. My Lord Mayor, we are therefore very disappointed to learn that Councillor Heselwood has now been reappointed as a Deputy Executive Member. This begs questions, my Lord Mayor, that the people of Leeds deserve to be answered, and I hope will be answered. Exactly what role has Councillor Heselwood been appointed to, given Councillor Blake's assurance in July's meeting, and indeed, is it therefore needed? Has the Labour Party's inquiry concluded? What was the outcome of that inquiry? Why is it not being published for everyone to see? if it's not yet been concluded, is it appropriate really to reappoint at this time? Again, my Lord Mayor, it's about transparency. And finally, my Lord Mayor, and I take no pleasure in this at all, but is it really appropriate? Was it really necessary? Is there really such a dearth of talent in the Labour group that it is appropriate to reappoint someone who, in their own words, was crass and offensive? That's her words, not mine, her words to the leader. Is it right that they should be reappointed to a senior position on this council? Doesn't the city deserve better? We're really disappointed, and my Lord Mayor, I'm sure many people in Leeds will be equally disappointed. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I just say that there was no consultation between Councillor Cohen and myself in terms of wishing to speak on this item, but we are coming from the same place in terms of there's something missing in terms of how decisions have been taken in terms of the appointment of Councillor Heselwood to the executive position, which is listed here. I am aware that the leader can make decisions on appointments and chooses those who they feel fit the skills and talents required. On this occasion, Councillor Heselwood herself said that she had acted inappropriately and that the sanction from the leader was to remove Councillor Heselwood from her executive position. And because we haven't had a council meeting since, Lord Mayor, we've been waiting for the Labour Party to go through its own internal discussions and investigations, so that we then, as other councillors who are colleagues of Councillor Heselwood, can have some kind of explanation and therefore closure to this issue, which did cause all councillors some concern, because obviously when we are elected as councillors, we don't just represent our own party, we don't just represent our own ward, we are representatives of the city. And sometimes when we err, we obviously are judged alongside our colleagues, and sometimes it's good to have the opportunity to come to council and explain to council how we have behaved, what we've learnt through the process, and how we wish to go forward. And I think the other councillors, besides the Labour members, who obviously will have had these discussions in their own meetings, I think we're due that same kind of response, Lord Mayor, and I thought it was worth proposing here in these executive appointments.
Thank you. Councillor Dawson, to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, Councillor Cohen and Councillor Galton, I cannot tell you how sad and disappointed I am that you've decided to speak on this item. As you both know, the executive arrangements are the responsibility of the leader. And as a city, haven't we got a fantastic leader? Councillor Cohen, the arrogance and hypocrisy of the Tories is unbelievable. We won't take any lessons from you on this, especially after the Prime Minister gave a free pass to his chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, following his lockdown trip to Durham and Barnard Castle, and the potential damage that did to public attitudes towards observing lockdown restrictions. One rule for the Tories, another for the rest of us. On this side of the virtual chamber, we're taking no truck from you on this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now call for the vote. Again, I'll remind members who are against or abstaining, please say so. I'll take your silence as a yes. So all those against or abstaining, can you please reply?
I'm speaking on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group who are voting against this.
Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, speaking on behalf of the Conservative group who are voting against this.
Thank you. I'll take yes, so that has been carried. Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, scrutiny annual report. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Dawson,
I second, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Aiden to comment. Councillor Aiden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been a very, very difficult year, and it's this unprecedented year. So to be the scrutiny chair for adults' health and active lifestyles, it's been particularly trying this year. But it has also been a real pleasure and a real privilege and a real honour to chair this fantastic board of elected members and be supported by our superb scrutiny officers. So I'd like to first of all thank each and every scrutiny officer who has supported us, especially Stephen Courtney, who continued to support and then has moved on, hopefully only temporarily, to a new role over in Hull. So a huge thanks to Angela Brogdon, who stepped in the middle of a pandemic to support this really, really important board. I'd like to also thank all the governance officers for rearranging our lives, really, and especially Andy Hodson, who led them all. And it's great gratitude and to the IT department, who had us all up and running in very quick space of time and dealt with problems both individually and in meetings, so that we were able to resume virtual meetings in June, having had working groups. It's very difficult to, in these times that are so difficult for both the NHS and adult social care, to then call people to come and talk to a scrutiny meeting when they're so incredibly busy. So I'm really, really impressed with Victoria Eaton, our Director of Public Health, again new to the job in terms of being director, and she's just brilliant and gives such detailed and intelligent and considered answers, so that we all feel as though we're in full knowledge and in receipt of everything that she knows. Similarly with Kath Roth and her team at Adult Social Care, and with all our NHS partners who took the time to come and speak to us at great length with detailed answers. I'd like to thank the members of my board who have just been with their usual good humour and resilience and adaptability, so that we can keep scrutinising health and social care in our city. And the pandemic has hit home just how important it is to have strong scrutiny for the provision of health and social care. And it has shown just how important partnership work is, and how well people work together in this great city of ours. And that extends to all the volunteers and in the hubs across the city, and those thousands of volunteers who made life so much better than it could have been during the full lockdown. And this doesn't apply just to physical health as well. We mustn't lose sight of the importance of good mental health, particularly during these difficult times. And as we hopefully, as we start to emerge out of these difficult times, we should remember just how people have suffered and how their mental health will continue to suffer. Well, I'm very pleased that the board has been involved with the development of Leeds' mental health strategy last year. And while we are already given a commitment last year to keep monitoring the delivery of this strategy, the focus of our next board meeting in October will be around the implications and impact of COVID-19 on local mental health services. We've also worked jointly.
Times are up.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll continue to scrutinise all aspects of health in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trustwell.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to describe my board colleagues as world beating, but as the term is now utterly worthless, I'll just say thank you for your excellent contributions to our scrutiny moonshots. May I also sadly pay tribute to our late colleague Carmel Hull, who was an extremely passionate and effective member. We also welcome Becky Atherton, who has skillfully stepped into our scrutiny officer role. Lord Mayor, we must redouble our efforts to support those people most affected by the COVID pandemic and its lethal and chaotic handling. We will continue to monitor our inclusive growth strategy closely. Leeds is an economic success, but we cannot assume that its benefits will somehow trickle down. It's refreshing to update the board's previous sustainable development inquiry in the light of the council's climate emergency declaration. It's unlikely, however, that the government's anti-democratic planning proposals will assist our priorities such as sustainable development, climate change and affordable housing. Lord Mayor, the 5,000 people with the highest priority on our housing list shows our chronic shortage of affordable housing. My board's examination of housing mix planning policies continues to focus on whether we're getting the right properties in the right place at the right price for either rent or purchase. The board's previous inquiry and continuing examination of digital inclusion successfully made it a council priority. Leeds is rightly regarded as a national leader on digital inclusion and also for its Smart City initiative. And the COVID pandemic has clearly demonstrated the invaluable payback from this visionary investment. The board remains deeply concerned by the number of people killed or seriously injured on our roads. Unlike the government's COVID figures, we can't magic away any of these victims. And when circumstances permit, we will engage with community campaigners and partners to examine how we can reduce these tragedies. This council can obviously play its part, but it cannot be a coincidence that the unacceptable level of deaths and serious injury on our roads has coincided with massive police cuts. Lord Mayor, the board closely monitors the council's transport strategy and has brokered productive discussions with the community on issues such as Lawnswood Roundabout and the trial use of bus lanes by motorcyclists. The transport strategy obviously sits closely alongside our inquiry into bus services and the overwhelming evidence that Mrs. Thatcher's deregulation in 1986 has totally failed the people of Leeds. And as the great blonde guru once said, it's time to take back control. However, we will obviously have to do it without breaking the law in the process. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in these difficult times, it's clear what a privilege and responsibility it is to chair the scrutiny board, particularly on strategy and resources. Given our current financial pressures, effective scrutiny of how the council uses its resources is vital. Members and scrutiny officers take our work very seriously, and I'm sure we'll be very busy in the coming months. In particular, the council has to accomplish the very difficult task of disposing of empty and underused properties while still staying visible and accessible to our residents. Buildings aren't our only resources, however, and COVID-19 has given many of us a reminder about how our parks and green spaces still have a huge role to play in keeping us all well, particularly residents who don't have access to gardens. And I'm pleased to have worked together with other scrutiny chairs to make sure the council gets it right on green spaces, which have proved so important to our residents. There's also obvious benefit to climate and air quality from maintaining good quality green space, and the climate emergency has had a huge influence on our work across the board. We've made sure that our carbon footprint and energy efficiency has stayed on the council's agenda through our inquiry into how council promotes sustainable travel for staff and how it plans to reduce energy consumption in council buildings. This board has a history of keeping a close eye on business rates and council tax collection rates, and this will continue to be important, particularly over the next few years as the financial impact of COVID-19 starts to hit, and we will be monitoring this and the wider budget challenge closely over the course of this municipal year. All scrutiny boards are focused on the unfolding COVID-19 pandemic. My board has now begun to shape our work programme around this unprecedented event. We've already looked at business continuity and how that helped the council react and then adjust to the implications of the pandemic. Whilst there are always lessons to be learned, it's clear that the council leadership and hard-working staff have ensured that key services have been maintained and that new ways of working have been developed to keep business as usual functioning. New normal is a phrase that's gained traction over the past 6 months, and it's clear that the scrutiny function will play a key role in understanding how COVID-19 has impacted our workforce and our ways of working. My board will be looking in detail at this, how it's affected daily routines, how we plan to structure our office estate over the coming years, and how its staff well-being is affected by our new ways of working. It's a new normal, but we must ensure that staff are not left behind that everyone can adjust and be comfortable and fulfilled working in this different landscape. Please be assured we will of course pay close attention and a close watch on the situation at Welcome to Yorkshire. My Lord Mayor, with the uncertainty of COVID-19 hanging over us, as well as the impact of Brexit and the devolution deal on its way, we'll continue to be hugely busy this year. Close, rigorous scrutiny will be essential to make sure that the Council is prepared for anything that comes its way and continues to deliver for the people of Leeds. Finally, huge thanks to all board members and all the officers for their support and contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by thanking all of the board members on the Children and Family Scrutiny Board, not only the elected members, but we have a large number of co-opted members who give up a huge amount of time to work with us to try and improve outcomes for children and families. I'd also particularly like to thank Angela Brogden, who is one of the absolute superstars of the council. We'd be lost without her in scrutiny. She's had a huge amount to deal with this year in terms of picking up a new board, and we're incredibly proud of the work she does. I'd also like to thank Andy Hodson, who again is one of the unsung heroes of the council, I think, and through him, all of his team, for the fantastic work that they do to make sure that the scrutiny function can carry on. We've had a busy year. We've had many challenges, as all boards have this year. We started by presenting our child-friendly Leeds report, which members will remember was a huge piece of work that we undertook with an unprecedented level of involvement from young people themselves in helping to shape that inquiry. We've got 13 recommendations, which we started to track and monitor, and we'll continue to do that to make sure we continue the journey as a city to become a child-friendly city. We began a very important inquiry into exclusions, elective home education and off-rolling. It has been interrupted by the COVID outbreak. We'd already resolved that we needed to continue into the new municipal year, and that will certainly carry on. It's a very important piece of work, and we need to make sure it doesn't get sidetracked. It has been delayed, but we will carry on with that. Like all boards, there's a huge amount of work going on about the COVID-19 response and recovery. The impact on children and families is going to be huge. It's already been huge, but it's also incumbent on us to really monitor what the long-term impacts are on children's education and what things have been put in place to make sure that that doesn't suffer in the long term, and that things are getting back on track for the city, and that lessons are learned from the council about their response where they need to be learned. We dealt with a number of call-ins this year as well, as always. And my final comment, Lord Mayor, is just to re-emphasise the importance more than ever of good scrutiny and effective scrutiny, and the key of that scrutiny having the resource that it needs to do its job. So I'd really urge the administration to make sure, and I think I'd speak for all chairs on this, that every scrutiny board has the resources and support they need to do a really good job. It's so important to make sure we get good value for money as a council, and we're getting the best possible outcomes for the people of Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I first of all start by thanking Becky Atherton for the work and support that she's done for this scrutiny board this year. But also, but probably more importantly, the actual scrutiny members themselves, who have challenged and at the same time been supportive of various officers and elected members when they come before us. So hopefully that when the members and the officers come before us, they feel that they have been challenged and that they leave knowing that we either accept or we don't like what's going on. As a scrutiny board this year, we've worked collaboratively. We met jointly to look in the disposal of green space, something that we didn't think was right. We've also met collaboratively to try and move forward the car parking policy in the city. Now, anybody who's been on my scrutiny boards over the year know that if you come on this scrutiny board, you work very hard. You really do work your socks off, and particularly my involvement and using of working groups, which doesn't always have unanimous support on the board. What I want to do is just look at some of the activities that we have or haven't done. I want to start off with one that we need to do more on, the climate emergency. We need to take the reins firmly, because we were meant to be the scrutiny board that scrutinises what's happening. And so I note that there's a report coming to the next one, which I think we need to possibly look at as a scrutiny board in terms of how it's moving forward. We've had a good look at the waste strategy and the issues that are coming on that, and we're due to get an update on that soon. We've positively contributed as far as officers were concerned in terms of the ASB review this year. We've looked at universal credit and the impact that it's having. And I note today that in terms of financial exclusion, we were recognised nationally because we had speakers at an LGA conference today. So it shows the importance that we are putting into it. We've looked at the council housing repairs contract. We've also been heavily involved in the post-COVID work that's been done. And we did a particularly got a good report on volunteering and how we can do it. But I would like to also thank the executive members and the executive directors for briefing me from the very beginning in the COVID and keeping me fully in the loop, so I knew what was happening and I could contribute to the discussions. However, I would like to make the following points. Now, Councillor Lamb's already started on this, resourcing. I do think that scrutiny is currently under-resourced. We are asking some of the staff to do too much at the end of the day. I also feel that we need to start doing more pre-decision inquiries. We also need to get more heavily involved in the budget thinking that's coming up. Some officers seem reluctant to get us involved. We also need to look and get sorted out the police scrutiny, particularly with the devolution agenda coming along. We've got a lot of experts in a number of fields on this scrutiny board, and I would like to see them being used more. We have got some really clever people who understand the way that council works. And I think it's vitally important that scrutiny is used more as a support tool for the exec members. Yeah, they're just finishing off. You know, we've got this opportunity, so let's see what we can do. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bensley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to thank all the chairs of members and officers involved with scrutiny. It's been a particularly difficult time, as everyone has said, but the way that scrutiny has continued and be managed is a tribute to everybody. But I would like to pay particular thanks to Councillor Truswell. He mentioned it briefly in his report that they looked at the Launchwood roundabout issue, and I'd particularly like to thank him and his board for agreeing to my request that residents from my ward were able to come along and address the issues they had regarding the plans that the council brought forward to deal with the removal of Launchwood roundabout. And the residents were given an exceptionally fair hearing. They were questioned sensitively but rigorously. They felt they were taken seriously, and they felt that they were being part of the democratic process, and eventually pleased with the outcome that emerged. And I think we sometimes don't take enough account of scrutiny's role in actually listening to residents' concerns, because that is equally part, I think, of scrutiny's role, not only scrutinizing what officers are doing, but listening to the public, taking referrals from the public and doing something about it. And that was a really good example in my ward, which was really enhanced the reputation of the council in terms of how they engage with the public. So I would like to thank and commend that approach. I was also pleased to hear that Councillor Anderson has picked up the piece on scrutiny of the climate emergency work. I think that has been lacking. You recall when we set up this committee over a year ago, that our group was proposing a special scrutiny board for climate change. That wasn't agreed, but I think if we can put more emphasis on that, and I'm sure Councillor Anderson will do that, and I look forward to it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Goldson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I particularly want to focus on the adults and health wellbeing scrutiny board. Councillor Hayden spelled out what a huge agenda that they've had to look over, but also in terms of the output that they've managed to achieve, given that. One of the things I want to mention, because I am on the Health and Wellbeing Board, there is sometimes a tension as to who would take the lead on looking into certain things that we want to make better and improve for the health and wellbeing of Leeds. And I would suggest that even if there's all this great work which is happening in the committee rooms or even the virtual committee rooms by scrutiny board members themselves, it's really down to us as elected members to make sure that we are the scrutiny board members in our ward. And for all those big issues that are being argued about in the committee chamber, if we can make sure that those decisions and the strategies that the city decides are priorities, that they are actually implemented in some meaningful way, and that the partners that we know in our own communities are aware of them so that they can also play their part. I think it's excellent that the council has emphasised that we have 3 pillars upon which we view everything that we do in terms of policy, which are the inclusive growth pillar to make sure the economy works for everybody, the climate change emergency, we saw Councillor Anderson mention that, but also the health and wellbeing strategy for the city as well, to make sure that the wider determinants of health are challenged just as much as the health outcomes that come from the health service. And as COVID is taking more of the attention in terms of tackling that particular virus, there is the danger that our core goals around things like obesity and mental health take a back seat. And I really do encourage all my fellow councillors to make sure that they are doing that scrutinising in their wards to complement the work which is done by the scrutiny boards themselves.
Thank you. Councillor C. Anderson. Councillor Anderson.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. I thought it was Councillor Howley first. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to start by thanking the chair of our scrutiny board, Councillor Helen Hayden, for including me in the scrutiny briefings in the early stages of the COVID pandemic. This shows that scrutiny is cross-party and should not be a political tool at all. I would like to see us as a board strengthen scrutiny by looking at how we can use the expertise we have on the board to develop more policies and strategies rather than affirming decisions already made. We need to use our experience of living through the COVID pandemic to shape our future inquiries. We know what the health and care sector has had to do to step up to the mark in dealing with the many, many challenges it has faced throughout the crisis. And obviously it is not over yet. We can use this to speak to them and ask them what they would like to focus on. What are their priorities? As the chair will know, I have been unwavering in my insistence that representatives from the Care Quality Commission come before us regularly. Unfortunately, that has not happened. However, they must have a lot they can tell us about in the care home and home care sector during COVID and what they are going to do in the future to help these care homes to thrive, not just survive. I would like to see more of CQC in the future. The remit of our board is huge, and all of us on the board have a number of different areas that we would like to cover. But with the lack of scrutiny time in the civic year, we obviously have to choose a small number of inquiries and presentations, plus our regular contributors at meetings who all have to be fitted in. Every councillor in this city could probably think of something in the health and social care sector that they would like the board to look into. We had a very interesting presentation from the Leeds Teaching Hospital Trust on their plans for the future of maternity and neonatal services in Leeds. and we were scheduled to have a visit to see for ourselves the challenges faced by being on 2 sites in the city and having to transfer sick babies across sites to access specialist equipment. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we've not been able to have this visit, but hopefully we will be able to sometime soon. Another change we heard about was the establishment of the urgent treatment centres and the difference these will make for accessing healthcare. Making use of these settings instead of accessing A&E should, in normal times, reduce the amount of traffic through A&E so that it literally deals with accidents and emergencies. Lastly, Lord Mayor, I would like to add my thanks to our clerk for the whole 5 years I've been on the board, Stephen Courtney, who's been seconded now to Pastures New, for his hard work keeping us all abreast of the scrutiny activity between meetings, as well as guiding us at the meetings. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I call on Councillor James Lewis to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would add my thanks to all those members that spoke in terms of the staff that have supported scrutiny meetings, particularly during the lockdown period. And I know it's been a huge task to get scrutiny up and running again, but I think one we were right to do as quickly as we did, and it's really shown value for the council. Again, thank all 5 scrutiny chairs for speaking about the breadth of the work across the year, but also the particular focus on COVID and really sort of showing the value of scrutiny to the organisation. I can assure those members who spoke about resources that when it comes for resources for scrutiny function, indeed all council services will be certainly out battling to make sure that the resources are available there. And with that, I sum up. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call on members to vote in respect of the recommendation. All those again are abstain. Could you please say, if all's quiet, I'll take it as a yes. Thank you. That's been carried. Should we go to item 7? Is questions. Question will last for no more than 30 minutes. Can I call on Councillor Arrington?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Will the Leader of Council comment on the independent report into alleged harassment within the GMB union?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillor Harrington. And I think it's clear that the GMB have said they haven't lived up to their values, and their national president was right to apologise. It's a matter for the GMB and their elected leadership to react to that, but it's clear that the union has accepted they need to change, and I completely agree with that approach.
Any supplementary, Councillor Arrington?
Yes, please, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
The independent report found that the union was institutionally sexist, citing bullying, misogyny, cronyism and sexual harassment. Given the presence of a GMB union branch operating within Leeds City Council, will the leader commit to an internal investigation to determine whether such behaviour has been endemic within Leeds City Council and what mechanisms can be put in place to protect council staff? Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harrington. I think let's be clear about this. The GMB branch within the council is made up of our staff who work for us and represent members who belong to the GMB. That is who makes up the GMB branch. Obviously, we take any complaints from our staff about such problems seriously, and if any complaints come forward, they will certainly receive the investigation that they would quite rightly deserve.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Does the council regret the decision to rely on Nottingham Council to deliver a council-approved affordable energy supplier for the people of Leeds?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. I don't think I'll need to unmute for a while. I think it's fair to say, first of all, directly in answer to Councillor Galton's question, no, we don't regret the decision that was made in back about 5 years ago. it was a decision that we made. We recognised that the domestic energy supply market was a risky area with heavy regulation, low margins. So therefore, we felt that a partnership with an existing energy provider was preferential to setting up an energy provider ourselves. We partnered with Robin Hood Energy following an open competition that was agreed through due process in the council, and as I recall, was agreed by executive board with all party support. We have brought the benefits since that was set up of lower tariffs to the people of Leeds without ever being financially exposed ourselves as an organisation. Since the sad news about Robin Hood Energy, we've been working to make sure that customers are protected throughout the transition, and have been assured by Nottingham City Council and British Gas that all customers will receive the same or better energy tariff and can opt to switch to a new supply with no exit fees. Ultimately, the service helped thousands of Leeds residents to save hundreds of pounds on their energy bills each year. It also generated revenue to the council, which has been invested in affordable warmth improvements in people's homes and on climate change initiatives. I am disappointed that Robin Hood Energy has to be sold, and I would finally say my heart goes out to the staff who've been made redundant.
Any supplementary, Councillor Galton?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you. Given Councillor Lewis's rosy appraisal of our relationship with Robin Hood Energy, would he therefore say that he would be positively looking at new avenues to achieve white label or front organisations for the council to go into agreements with another energy supplier?
At the moment, our focus, as I say, is on supporting the customers and making sure they know the options to switch. Should any options, as Councillor Galton suggested, come forward in the future, obviously we will take them through the normal council decision-making procedures.
Thank you. Councillor Akhtar?
Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor. Could the executive member for resources please update members on the current situation regarding Leeds Clean Air Charging Zone?
Councillor Lewis?
Thank you. The implementation of the Charging Clean Air Zone is under review now due to the marked improvement of air quality since March, meaning that air quality is currently within legal limits. Whilst the COVID-19 lockdown was a trigger for a review taking place, the review has considered the level of fleet upgrade since the CAS was proposed and other highways improvement schemes that are in progress, and has not factored in traffic reductions linked to COVID. This ensures the review now takes account for the potential for traffic levels returning to normal. We are now in the process of undertaking a detailed piece of work to consider whether the city will remain compliant now and into the future, and testing scenarios that would show what would happen if traffic levels increase beyond normal levels. Until such time this work is complete, we will not know whether the city will need to proceed with the CAS. It is important that the outcome of the review is not preemptive. If Leeds is still forecast to have areas of exceedance, the CAS will be implemented in the shortest possible timescales, as the council is under a ministerial direction to proceed with the implementation of the CAS in parallel with the review taking place. We cannot proceed if we are compliant, because the basis on which we consulted and which we were awarded funding from the government was to achieve the legal standard. The future of the Leeds CAS and the ambitions to continue to improve the city's air quality beyond the legal limits will be confirmed in October's executive board. This timescale is contingent on the review concluding and, if required, ministers in London issuing a revised direction for Leeds.
Thank you. Any supplementary, Councillor Akhtar?
Yes, please, my Lord Mayor, if I may. No doubt the exec member will agree with me that many businesses have suffered during the lockdown period and also the COVID-19, and private hire and the taxi trade is no different. Now, we all know that many hundreds of the drivers in this city have invested thousands of pounds to buy the cleaner vehicles. Can I now ask the exec member to join us to campaign for a compensation for those drivers who have already invested either on hybrid cars or the electric cars, so the government should pay those drivers off during these difficult times?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Actor. I know that many taxi and private hire drivers have been in touch since we instigated the review, making very similar points to those you have made. First of all, I would say that we have to wait for the outcome of the review. Secondly, I think it is clear that one of the reasons that air quality has improved is because businesses have invested in new vehicles. Not only do we have access to air quality data, but we also have access to automatic number plate recognition cameras, which have shown that the share of the fleet that are compliant vehicles has gone up. If the review suggests we don't need to implement a charging clean air zone, we will make a case to government that the Clean Air Fund money that's been allocated to us and remains unspent. This is money that we can only use for clean air work. We continue to support businesses who have invested in clean vehicles to keep those vehicles on the road, and also to invest in new clean vehicles when businesses are looking at changing vehicles and looking at options. I know Councillor Akhtar and colleagues will make that strong case. The government will certainly, should the review suggest we don't need a charging clean air zone, continue to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. Would the Executive Member for Climate Change, Transport and Sustainable Development update Council on the demise of White Rose Energy?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. I don't have anything more to say at this stage, and other than I said in reply to the answer to question 2, but I'd be happy to respond to a supplementary if you have one.
Do you have one, Councillor Dobson?
Yes, indeed, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lewis. As a customer, former customer of White Rose Energy, would he agree with me that to use White Rose Energy was a slow, unwieldy process and a company that was very hard to interact and deal with? Does he therefore think that that actually was part of the contribution towards their downfall as an organisation? And if so, what did we as a local authority have in place in terms of checks and balances to address that? And finally, I think many people, myself amongst them, who went with White Rose Energy to try and facilitate a new form of energy supplier on a more ethical basis, would he agree with me that we would now be very disappointed to find ourselves in the hands of one of the big six, which was never anybody's intention?
Thank you. I think, you know, it is something we all set out with the White Rose Energy Partnership with Robin Hood Energy with the best intentions. And I know Councillor Dobson was a big advocate of that at the start. And I think we all regret the position we've got into. I know it's the oldest cliche. There's certainly many lessons to be learnt on this. I think in terms of Councillor Dobson's, the final part of Councillor Dobson's question, I mean, clearly we are not a part of Robin Hood Energy, so the sale of that organisation and its customers is not a matter for us. We have been working with Nottingham City Council and received the assurances that customers will receive the same and better energy tariffs and can opt to switch to new suppliers. I think our urgent task is to make sure that is happening. I would certainly welcome feedback from that from Councillor Dobson and any other member of council.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Please can the Executive Member for Communities comment on how the rejection by government of an amendment that would have sped up new fire safety measures for high-rise flats will impact on the residents of Leeds?
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brooks, for the question. And first of all, I'm pleased to give my colleague and fellow deputy respite from questions for the time being, especially as it's his birthday today. So happy birthday as well, James, to you. So now to Councillor Brooks's question. The item to which you're referring relates to an amendment to the fire safety bill tabled by Labour which would have seen the recommendations from Sir Martin Morbick's Phase 1 Grenfell inquiry report become law. The amendment was not supported by the government, but would have required all flat owners or building managers in England and Wales to share information with their local fire service about the design of external walls and the materials used, carry out regular inspections of lifts and individual flat entrance doors, share evacuation and fire safety instructions with residents of the building. What does this mean for the residents of Leeds? Well, in Leeds, we are fortunate to have a strong partnership in place with West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service. Together, we have already implemented many of the recommendations in the report and continue to work on several others. As such, thankfully, the impact on residents of council-owned buildings will be extremely minimal. None of these buildings contained ACM cladding, and we continue to ensure they are safe places to live. In our private rented sector, since the tragic events at Grenfell Tower, the Council and West Yorkshire Fire Rescue Service worked to identify all blocks with ACM cladding and have been working with the owners and residents of privately owned high-rise properties. This has ensured that they are safe, but only in the interim period, whilst remedial works are undertaken to remove and replace the ACM cladding. In total, 11 blocks were identified and works have either been completed or in progress on all these blocks. In addition to ACM cladding, concern has been raised regarding other forms of cladding within the private rented sector and privately owned, which is an ongoing worry for leaseholders. This has created a period of uncertainty for those who reside in these high-rise blocks. Any high-rise block deemed a risk by the West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service may have interim measures put in place, such as a wake-in watch security and remedial works could be required to remove some cladding to make them safe. This is of concern for residents as they may have to pay for both the cost of interim measures as well as remedial works, not to mention the impact this can have on people's health and well-being, never mind their finances. We are confident that with the progress already made and the partnership with the fire service in the city, the fact that the amendment wasn't passed, while disappointing, will not stop us continuing to ensure the safety of all high-rise residents in this city. The council has and continues to lobby government to ensure that there is a quick and satisfactory conclusion to end the ordeal that is affecting residents' lives, ensuring they can live safely in their homes without the uncertainty and the worry of the cost of putting this situation right.
Thank you. Have you got a supplementary, Councillor Brooks?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That was very, very detailed as a response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Would the executive member with responsibility for communities care to comment on the situation regarding White Rose Energy?
Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank Councillor Cooper for birthday greetings, and I can't think of a group of people I'd rather spend it with than full council. In terms of Councillor Anderson's questions, I've commented on this twice already. It's obviously a subject of great interest, so I propose moving straight to see if Councillor Anderson has a supplementary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I also wish you a happy birthday as well? But despite the assurances given by British Gas that migrated tariffs will be honoured for existing White Rose Energy customers, and bearing in mind that council tenants were actively encouraged by the council to sign up with White Rose Energy, what actions will the council be putting in place to safeguard those vulnerable tenants against potential price rises when their deals end and they go on to the standard tariffs offered by British Gas?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I think given that White Rose has ended and the company has been sold into the commercial energy supply market, all the problems that many of us over a number of years have raised about the commercial energy supply markets apply. Certainly, as as we move forward. Again, as I said in reply to Councillor Dobson, we would welcome any feedback on specific cases that members have. But again, I think this goes back to one of the reasons we set up White Rose Energy in the first place. And like I said, in reply to, I think, Councillor Galton, we regret it came to an end because the objectives were laudable. But again, you know, we do want to give people the cheapest energy possible and protect them from the big price hikes we've seen from an energy market dominated by the big six commercial and big six corporations that supply energy in this country. And we hope that British Gas's guarantees will hold out. But in terms of any regulatory powers we have, unfortunately, those aren't available to us as a local authority.
Thank you. Councillor Doss.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm asking this question on behalf of Councillor Campbell, who is unfortunately unable to be with us this afternoon. Could the executive member remind Council of the 2020-2021 budget for repainting traffic regulation order road markings such as yellow lines, and inform Council what percentage of that has been spent to date, and provide a figure for the outstanding backlog of such works?
Councillor Mulherin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm sorry to hear that Councillor Campbell isn't able to join us today. I hope he is well. This year's budget for road markings is £300,000, a reduction over the last 10 years of government austerity cuts from £550,000 from 2010-11 budget. To date, £60,000 has been paid to contractors for carrying out refurbishment work, with an additional £36,700 issued or in progress. That's for around 30% of this year's forecast spend. Last summer, colleagues in Highways Asset Management and Traffic Engineering reviewed lining across the city and drew up a priority programme taking into account location, road classification and type of marking. Work to address these locations on around 220 sites continues. This year's programme comprises 88 sites from this long list, with an anticipated completion and budgets being fully spent up by March 2021. Due to repeated financial pressures faced by the council for such works, as with all highways maintenance works, these cannot be carried out as swiftly or as broadly as we would like. It should be noted that highways maintenance work has sought to be continued despite less staff being available due to sickness and shielding throughout the lockdown period early this year.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary question, Councillor?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Just to clarify how you're going to catch that up by the end of the year, and also whether that money will be, if it isn't, will that money be lost, or will it be included in future years' budgets? So will it be then an addition to next year's?
Councillor Mulherin.
So as I say, officers are working through the 88 schemes that were earmarked to be carried out this year, and we're currently anticipating, of course, we don't know whether they're going to be in a further period of lockdown or any widespread ill health within the team. But that permitting, the aim is to continue to complete those works by March 2021 as originally forecast.
Thank you. Councillor Shazaz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the executive member for Learning, Skills and Employment update the council as to how the return to school has gone in Leeds?
Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Shazad. So despite the complex situation, the return to school in Leeds has been broadly positive. Discussions with school leaders during the last week have highlighted that the level of effort and planning undertaken to enable a safe return to school has really paid dividends. The positive return to school has been underpinned by a focus on rigorous risk assessment, careful school organisation and planning, and effective communication with all stakeholders. So the majority of Leeds schools reopened during the first week back in September. To facilitate the effective transition, some schools employed a brief period of phasing back, we were calling it, and I'm pleased that all schools have been opening to all pupils from year 1 to year 13. To support the positive start to their educational journey, some reception children are being phased into school throughout September, but by the end of this week, 98% of reception children will be attending school, with the remaining 2% joining their cohort by the end of next week. Where specific challenges have been presented, and this has happened in a few reopenings in a small number of schools, local authority teams have worked in partnership with governing bodies and school leaders to find appropriate solutions for each school. The two most significant issues that schools have experienced during the initial reopening phase have been managing congestion and social distancing at the school gates, and that's often due to the number of parents entering and exiting the school grounds, in the morning and the evening, and the capacity of the national testing system for pupils and staff to just access tests. But local authority teams are working alongside schools to manage these challenges. There are a number of schools where pupils and staff have tested positive for COVID-19. Not all these cases have resulted in the closure of bubbles, but I can tell council that as of 10:30 this morning, 24 schools had required us to take this action. Thank you.
Is there a supplementary, Councillor Cesar?
Yes, there is. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for that update, and I'm pleased to hear that the return to school has gone so well in Leeds. Does the executive member believe the government has done enough to enable schools to reopen and remain open?
Councillor Pry.
Thank you, Councillor Shazad, for that excellent supplementary question. So, are the government doing enough to help schools reopen? So, I've spoken already about schools doing their part, young people are playing their part, parents are playing their part, we as a council are doing our part, but the government sadly is letting us down. Guidance for schools was issued late on the last day of term before the summer holidays. Unfortunately, this formed part of a pattern that's been established of the very late issuing as what often proved to be very confusing guidance for schools. The interpretation and implementation of which was left to schools and local authorities. We are all aware of the current situation with regard to testing and the insufficient capacity within the system. The delays people are facing trying to book a test and the distances they're having to travel if they do manage to book one at all. To be frank, the national testing system is collapsing. Matt Hancock yesterday announced a priority list for tests to ensure hospitals and care homes have enough. And no one is denying the need for healthcare settings to have these tests. But the Prime Minister promised that you would be able to get test results within 24 hours by the end of June. And here we are in September, with not enough tests to go round, and those who do manage to get a test with results coming in days and days after. The knock-on effect for the government's failure to get a grip on testing is really hitting schools and families, and I can't underestimate how much that is going to increase. We've already seen schools across the country having to collapse bubbles and send hundreds of children home due to confirmed or suspected cases. Schools are being told to treat those with symptoms but with no test result as positive cases. And that means entire families having to isolate, perhaps for no reason, they don't know because they can't get a test. And this means parents unable to go to work and children missing yet more school. The situation is being made even worse by schools struggling to even get through to speak to Public Health for advice, Public Health England for advice, meaning the only responsible action they can take in the intervening time is to send pupils home. After the absolute shambles of exam results over the summer, which I'm sure we'll all remember, with this Conservative government downgrading thousands of exam results for children who don't attend private schools, the Prime Minister announced he was going to take personal control of education. And yet only this week, what was the top priority for the COVID war cabinet? To restore grouse shooting. So today, teachers are protesting outside the Department of Education, saying that the inability to access a test is stopping schools returning to normal, with both staff and pupils forced to isolate. The government need to get a grip and sort this mess out. This increased demand was not unexpected, and they should have been better prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm asking this question on behalf of Councillor Hutchison, who's got a brittle internet connection at this point. As a result of Gilderson Parish Council formally retracting their request of an asset transfer of Gilderson Meeting Hall due to delays, could the executive member, Councillor Cooper, confirm that the whole sum received by Leeds City Council when they sold the old meeting hall leaving many community groups with no meeting place, will be invested in Gildersham to the benefit of the community.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Finnegan and Councillor Hutchinson for the question. I've been in correspondence with your colleague, Councillor Gettings, for some time on this issue as well, regarding the meeting hall. Unfortunately, I have to say that the health and safety has always been our top priority. The Gildersham Youth Centre was closed because it was not safe. Community groups were not abandoned in the process of that closure. Indeed, the council worked with those groups, making arrangements for their activities to take place in local primary schools. We also decided at Executive Board that a proportion of the receipt achieved by the sale of the old building would be reinvested in the meeting hall. Officers then worked with the parish council to put together a plan which would have transferred the building to the parish council. That plan was very close to being completed until recently, when the parish council have disengaged. Officers will bring forward a further plan to redevelop the meeting hall, utilising a proportion of the money from the sale, whilst at the same time being mindful of the difficult financial position of the council.
Is there a supplementary, Councillor Finnegan?
Yes, if I may, Lord Mayor. What proportion of that sum does Councillor Cooper feel it would be fair to be spent on improving the community of Gildersham?
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Finnegan, and I'm happy to work with your ward colleagues as I've already been doing so, taking this matter further forward with officers to work out those individual details that need to be done.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. This question is the last in the 30 minutes. For members who haven't had their question answered, we'll have it in writing. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 8, health and wellbeing. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I move that the minutes be received?
Councillor Dawson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Caroline Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on minute 54, Leeds Health and Wellbeing Board, particularly on the Leeds mental health strategy. I think the pandemic has highlighted even more how much good mental health is so important and how much we take good mental health for granted if we are lucky enough not to suffer from mental health issues. A mental health strategy is very important, and I'm pleased that this strategy covers all ages of people, but the report points out that mental ill health unfortunately seems to be increasing, in particular amongst girls and young women. I have a number of colleagues and friends whose teenage and young adult children suffer from mental health issues, and it's extremely sad to see that this is affecting their young lives and causing much distress amongst family members who care so deeply about them. Unfortunately, during COVID, a large number of people already suffering from mild anxiety and stress-related issues have suffered even more, not just because of being locked down in the early months of COVID, but through irregular access to normal appointments and support mechanisms. This must have been even more serious for those requiring intensive support. Going back to scrutiny for a moment, I'm pleased to see the report addressing suicide prevention, as we did an inquiry into suicide amongst young men in particular. A huge part of accepting that mental health problems exist in an individual is being comfortable talking about it. I think getting people to talk about the issues they have has moved forward hugely in the last 3 to 4 years. Celebrities, sports stars, and many other role models have made this a bit easier for people to at least take the first step in seeking help. Many workplaces now have a number of strategies to encourage staff to come forward and get help. And also some workplace settings have access to specialist help for free, which is massive for the people who need it. I think the 8 priorities in the report must now be actively pursued and not just be words with no actions. I look forward to reading more of this in the future and seeing this work in action. As with a number of reports that circulate around the council, we need to make sure there are measures in there that can actually be measured, that these reports tell us what's going to be measured and at what intervals. Too often reports are produced with no measurements, no timescales, and they do not actively state the how, as in how are we actually going to achieve these things. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is going to sound very much like my earlier comments on scrutiny, because they follow along the same lines. The Health and Wellbeing Board that we attended, the minutes are advertised here, covered a very large agenda once again. But one of the areas where we reviewed in particular was the performance of the board. And one of the major conclusions that came out of it was we are only as big as the rest of the city takes notice of us and actually thinks, yes, that's something that I want to get involved in. And the work that's been done in terms of the Big Leeds chat, in terms of making sure that we talk to local people and their priorities, has made a big difference. And one of the items that's mentioned on here, of course, is how we engage our wider partnership. One of the things that's happened during COVID is that we've appreciated that different parts of the city have got different assets, and some are more developed than others. And one of the things that we need to do over the next 12 months, Lord Mayor, I would argue, is that we need to look at how our community response performance shows where there might be weak spots in the city in terms of inbuilt sustainability and resilience, and how we can shore up the anchor institutions that are needed in those communities to take on the Great Recession which is coming, and where we need to make sure that we're still making sure that the wider determinants of health aren't going to worsen during that period, and the efforts of local councillors alongside local organisations are going to be key to that. One of the things that all members can get involved in is the ongoing development of local care partnerships, where health and voluntary organisations and local councillors are brought together. And in all of those organisations that are going to be happening on our local population-based scale, usually it's a couple of wards working together, they're going to be creating plans which are there to build up that resilience and sustainability and make sure that our health and wellbeing strategy is actually translated into practical, implementable outcomes that we can all shape for our own communities. And I look forward to the Health and Wellbeing Board getting reports back on progress on that over the coming 12 months.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Carter.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Following on in some respects from what's just been said, I read with interest the report, and I thought, I wonder why there's no mention whatever of COVID. And then I realised, of course, that this is because the report dates from the 20th of February. Now that's 6.5 months ago. I can only presume from that the Health Board has not met, or if it has, we haven't seen any minutes. And the effect of COVID is not merely upon those who regrettably have contracted COVID and been very ill, but on a lot of people who haven't, but who have been pretty much isolated. And as was mentioned, mental health particularly has been affected, as most ward members will know from contact with their own constituents. And so I wonder why the Health Board has not met, or indeed Councillor Charlwood will no doubt tell us when she sums up. But I listened with interest to the comments about testing for COVID. And now on 3 occasions, I've heard senior officers point out that at the current time, testing in Leeds is still a significant number of people every day. And that whilst there are undoubtedly going to be problems down the line, as more and more people seek testing, some of whom have just got a cold and are scared to death. And I've been concerned for some considerable time about our COVID testing facilities and our ability to ensure that we do as much as possible across the geography of the city. And I regret to say that in the west of Leeds, I don't think that's been the case. Indeed, I have now for over 6 weeks been pointing out to everybody who would listen about the impending, what I believe to be the impending increase in infections in the west of Leeds, as far out as my own ward of Carvley and Farsley and Pudsey. And we have had a sporadic testing in Pudsey City Hall car park. It's sporadic is what it's been. And I suggested another site, which would be right in the heart of West Leeds, where the infections have been the highest, to be told that the site wasn't in Leeds. Well, take my word for it, the site was most certainly in Leeds, and I've made sure that those people who think it's not have been corrected. Nonetheless, I'm left with a view that, unfortunately, the residents of West Leeds have to some extent been left swinging in the wind, and that is simply not acceptable. And I hope to see more. I'll finish on this, my Lord Mayor. I hope to see a lot more facilities available in the west of the city, as there has been elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arrington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on minute 53, 54 and 55 of the Health and Wellbeing Board report. Minute 55 refers to the progress made towards delivering the Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2016 to 21. And I wanted to comment on the potential impact that COVID-19 could have on aspects of that, both citywide and in my own ward of Wetherby. As many people have noted, the pandemic has had an unprecedented impact, and clearly we've all struggled to adapt to life living with COVID-19. No one expects overnight solutions to all issues, but I am growing increasingly concerned about the impact that COVID-19 could have on the physical well-being of our city. Local sports have been curtailed, play areas have been closed and remain so, leisure centres remain closed and remain so, and of course social distancing means that team sports cannot go ahead in the way that they have done for many years, though some sports have restarted. Pre-pandemic, we were all keen to see our residents living active, healthy lifestyles, and it's a concern that those who had previously played such things as five-a-side with friends or who accessed their local leisure centre may not now be able to do so in the same way, or at the least, the opportunities for social sports and exercise are now more curtailed. We have had much success in reducing obesity in Leeds, and it is vital that this continues as far as we can whilst living with a terrible pandemic. To illustrate the issue, Wetherby residents are increasingly concerned that our local leisure centre remains closed. We accept that the layout is not ideal, but should you now be moving towards at least partially reopening the facility? Can swimming be restarted safely, and what other sports could again be made available to the Wetherby population? It's vital that a clear plan is brought forward as to how sports and exercise can continue to be promoted and delivered, both in Wetherby and across the city. Where possible, active lifestyles should be supported and activities offered to ensure that those who were active can continue to be, and those that were not have the opportunity to become more active, even with the constraints placed on us by the pandemic. This should also include those who live in social care facilities. I would be interested to hear what Councillor Charlwood has to say on this, as it is vital that it is developed and more people can begin to access sport and exercise once again. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was speaking to minute 55, particularly the next steps. The last 6 months has shown us just how outstanding and selfless hospital care is in the NHS in times of need. However, the understandable emphasis on COVID-19 has led to potential problems elsewhere in the system, with the number of people being treated for serious conditions and hospital admissions reducing by huge numbers, tens of thousands. And this will undoubtedly cause capacity problems in the future. There's also a knock-on effect for primary care because many GP surgeries are no longer the walk-in centres they were before the outbreak. But needless to say, the relentless onward march of bureaucracy shows no sign of slowing. Rebecca, I've written to you twice recently without a response about the closure of my local GP surgery in Adel and the consequent closure of the only pharmacy we have. It will mean there'll be no longer any key primary care facilities in Leeds, in Adel rather, and it's virtually impossible for our patients without a vehicle to access the main practice and pharmacy in Old Woodley. Many will have to make a single unreliable bus journey to another practice in Leeds. The exacerbating factor here is the apparent lack of any liaison or communication between the CCG and NHS England over the closures. In fact, the CCG was informed twice by the landlord that the closure would trigger a clause in the pharmacy lease, meaning its closure, but no one in either the CCG or NHS England appear to have noticed, and now we have NHS England scurrying around the ward looking for alternative pharmacy premises at very short notice. The NHS Forward Plan called for NHS services to be brought closer to the patients, and one of the main roles of the CCG is to improve access to primary care services. Part of the board's role is to join up health and care services, and a key part of the board's strategy for Leeds is the best care in the right place at the right time. I don't think even the most optimistic defender of the closures would claim that this decision has done anything other than remove access to primary care service for thousands of residents in Adam. Rebecca, this is not a criticism of you and not the board, and certainly not of NHS frontline workers. But as board chair, you are at the centre of setting the strategic direction of the city's health and care system. There are over 90 GP practices in Leeds, and they form the backbone of local NHS services. Could you please ensure through the board that when decisions like this are being taken on the health, care and well-being of so many patients, that the left hand of NHS bureaucracy knows what the right hand is doing? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. An objective of the Health and Wellbeing Board review of 2019 was to update and extend the Leeds Health and Wellbeing Strategy to 2023. One key aim was reducing health inequalities, and this has never been felt more important. Sadly, during the coronavirus outbreak, we have seen a disproportionate impact on certain communities that have been badly affected by a decade-long austerity agenda by this government, with welfare reform and cuts to services decided upon in Westminster. When Public Health England's report was finally published, it confirmed that the virus's impact mirrors existing health inequalities and in some cases has increased them. People from deprived areas where mortality rates were more than double the least deprived areas. Death rates highest amongst people of Black and Asian ethnicity and people in low-paid work. It highlighted long-standing social disadvantages such as overcrowded housing, higher likelihood of being a key worker, zero-hour contracts and job insecurity, and structural issues of racism and discrimination. Prior to the outbreak, the Marmot Review, 10 years on, had been published, highlighting that after a decade of austerity measures, the more deprived an area, the shorter the life expectancy, with the gap between the deprived and the non-deprived increasing. This is unacceptable and has to stop. However, the Marmot did report that despite the cuts, local authorities and communities have established effective approaches to tackling health inequalities. I was glad to hear that in response to coronavirus, Leeds Health and Care System are taking individual staff and patient circumstances into account in all care settings. Within the council, the BAME staff network has worked closely with HR to develop a risk assessment approach which reflects the concerns of staff. Leeds is well placed to respond to the challenges of the virus with an integrated health and social care system, thriving third sector, local care partnerships, and a network of national health leadership, resource organisations and universities. But there is a huge caveat here. We are all aware of the dire consequences of the virus for the council's budget position. I fear that we now face disaster capitalism by this government, and without significant assistance from them on our ability to respond to these fundamental health changes, we will be severely hampered. The Health and Wellbeing Strategy continues to highlight the importance of good health, boosting resilience and focusing on prevention, and I welcome its future publication. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I now call in Councillor Charwood to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I thank everyone, all members who've commented on the minutes. A very broad-ranging meeting covering very significant issues, which were about the People Voices group, which is the sort of way we hear the voice of people using services right across the health and care system. The Reviewing the Year documentation, which is a huge piece of work that we do every year to check on progress, mainly qualitative progress really from individual parts of the system to say how they've contributed to the to the health and wellbeing strategy and delivering that for the city. That takes into account a whole year's worth of work from all of us, and the mental health strategy, which is a personal priority for me. Thank you to all of the members for highlighting those, and for highlighting as well that the last meeting that we have minutes for that come today are from February, and that it feels like ancient history in many respects, because COVID has taken over the whole agenda, and rightly as well. Just to answer Councillor Carter's point about the meeting arrangements, we have had a couple of meetings on Zoom in the Health and Wellbeing Board in sort of workshop format, and we have got a public meeting coming up. I think it's fair to say that the gold arrangements have taken over. We can't, expect people to come to lots of meetings or when they're absolutely under it from an officer point of view for dealing with the COVID response. But he'll know that the government has put forward quite a lot of changes to mean that gold arrangements are in place instead of necessarily Health and Wellbeing Board arrangements. But he and I are both on the Outbreak Board as well, so we've had an input there. So yes, trying to go back to the agenda from last year. One thing I think is really key to raise is that the mental health strategy work, there's some work we've been doing on ethnic inequalities of Black minority ethnic communities and their experience in the mental health sector, and the inequality that they face within that sector. Now, we've been, before COVID, and we're still doing it, we've been working with an organisation called Synergy Collaborative. We did some really great work, and we've done a launch about our commitment. I think we're the first local authority to commit to this approach, and it's about making a real effort right across the system and signing up to this ambitious challenge to right that ethnic inequality that we see in our mental health services. So Black men are more likely to be sectioned and in hospital for longer, present later, and people from different ethnic communities have different experiences in the mental health world. So we've absolutely tackled that. And then this year we've had COVID, but we've also had the Black Lives Matters movement, and I think it was really good to see that we were already tackling that issue, and to be able to say we're using this issue as partly to sort of help us to do more in that agenda, to make sure that we have really equal services that are not over-expressing in one particular part of our city. So I was really pleased about that. The mental health strategy is all ages and is across the sector. This is a challenge for us to really integrate. The Health and Wellbeing Board is about wider determinants of health, but it's also about integration of everything we do, and it's a constant challenge. So hopefully the mental health strategy will be a great lever into allowing that to happen. I'd just like to also really echo the points and say thank you for raising them about the inequalities that COVID has brought forward in our communities. We do try to create a healthier community, a healthier city through the Health and Wellbeing Board, and that challenge has got far greater because of COVID. It was already great because of so many different pressures on people, but now it's even harder. And the points about exercise and sport, people are drinking more, there's more worrying levels of drinking, and people have put weight on. I have put weight on in lockdown, and I've really missed going out to the gym and things. So that has exacerbated the issues between different parts of our communities. So yeah, very historic report. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Could I please ask members to put your microphone on mute? Thank you. We'll move into climate changes. Councillor Watworth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to comment on minute 24 and 25 on page 88 to 90 of the Executive Board report. Phase 3 of the district heating system, which connects up with the pipe over the river and carries on to provide possibility of 8,000 homes on the South Bank being connected to the district heating system. This is a prudent decision in general, really, because it does make use of the government grant of 2.438 million, which is a great benefit to the scheme. And clearly, a large amount of money has already been spent on district heating, 43.5 million already spent. I think the only thing really to say about that is that it does rely on some borrowing, and the business case for that should always be made. With regards to minute 25, which is the transport hub improvements and public access schemes, this is not quite as useful. It's 7 schemes. Previously, I think it was 9 schemes, and it's been watered down to 7 schemes, which are generally just shelter improvements, new bus stops, small pavement changes, and some small cycle routes. In my opinion, it's not really an ambitious enough scheme. It's just tweaking at the edges of what's already there to give a little bit more passenger comfort. However, with the passenger numbers changing due to COVID-19, I'm not sure that these schemes will always be fully used, because as people come back to their normal levels, which will be different to their previous levels of usage, they may not use the same schemes. So I think that it is time that they were looked at again with regards to the schemes to avoid a number of white elephants as such being built that are not used. The schemes are limited to a small part of the city as well. There's nothing to improve routes or journey times from potentially the outer areas, with the exception of Pudsey. There's nothing in there for Wetherby, Otley, Guiseley, Harewood, just to name a few. And I think we should be looking at a wider spread across the city. So my ask is really that they are reviewed and looked at again with COVID in mind and passenger numbers changing. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I refer to minutes 24 and 25. Can I start by saying that I do welcome the expansion of the district heating scheme. It's something that is vital to try and help a number of our communities get access to decent energy and heat, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And I also note the future investment strategy that's coming along, and again, at the moment, I wouldn't have any great concerns. However, there has been an overspend in the current phrasing. Now, bearing in mind the council's current financial predicament that they're in, can we afford more overspends? So what lessons have we learnt as a council to ensure that there aren't any overspends in the future? So moving on to the transport side of things, I must say, I like Councillor Wadsworth before me, I am disappointed at what's come forward here. It isn't looking at the problem citywide, it's only looking at certain parts of the city only, and we need to be thinking about the whole of the city in everything we do. They don't include schemes to achieve a number of issues that have been caused by the amount of planning that has been granted in the outer area. It is unsustainable in terms of connectivity. Surely that would be one of the priorities that we should be looking at, is how are we going to connect up all of these new housing schemes that are being built citywide at the moment. But at the moment, we don't seem to have a lot of policies that are in place tying up your planning policies and your infrastructure needs policies that go along with these planning statements. The costings need to be revisited and subject to more intensive scrutiny, because again, there are overspends. There are some things that are very, very expensive, and it'd be interesting to see what the individual breakdown on a lot of these things are. And are we really sure that we're getting value for money? When you keep telling us that we've got budget issues, can you really afford to be wasting some money in some of those areas without rigidly asking the questions as to whether or not the schemes that are being brought forward for your consideration are cost effective and meet the needs of the population as well? But I want to return finally just to an issue that I touched on earlier on in the question I asked, and that's the affordable health, heat and energy that we've got. With White Rose Energy going, these problems are going to exacerbate the need for district heating schemes so that we can try and get affordable energy into these areas. Now,
Anderson.
Yeah.
Time is up, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Fine.
Councillor Carter, Andrew Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to comment on item 24 and then 25. On 24, the questions that have been raised so far about Robin Hood Energy, now defunct, and White Rose Energy, similarly, have generated more heat than they have light, if you pardon the pun. And my concern, and I agree with Councillor Anderson, we agree with the principle of the district heating plan. But, you know, it's no good just saying, well, it hasn't cost us any money, the fact that this company has bitten the dust. Nottingham, of course, it's cost them millions, because at the end of the day, the people who sign up for this supply are being told nothing will change. But I'm not sure that's true at all. I think it may be the case in the short term, but in the medium to long term, they could end up paying more than they're currently paying. And I do wonder, when we're talking to these companies, it's no good just doing checks on spin-off companies like White Rose Energy without you do the same checks on the senior partner in the organisation, which was Robin Hood Energy. And I'm not sure those checks were done. Now, if we're still pursuing the same relaxed attitude, we're going to end up in real trouble. And I do want some reassurance on that. As regards transport hubs, well, I've got some news for Councillor Anderson. It's worse than he thinks. It isn't citywide, he's quite right, so is Councillor Wadsworth. But worse than that, the schemes that are in have not been properly stress tested by Leeds as regards value for money since the COVID outbreak, nor have they been stress tested by WICA, the West Yorkshire Combined Authority. And all they do when you ask questions is to pass the buck back one to the other. And I think the administration needs to accept that they can't just press ahead, particularly with those projects that some of us would call ego boosting for the leader of council, irrespective of cost, and at the same time say that the council is short of money. It just won't wash with the public, and it certainly doesn't wash with members of the opposition, at least the Conservative opposition. And I would guess when this is answered later today, I cannot be given a cast iron guarantee that these schemes have been financially stress tested since the impact of COVID, because I know that they haven't. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to hear that the Executive Board has considered the projects proposed within the Connecting Leeds programme, and I hope they will be brought forward in a cost-effective manner. I am also happy that the Council has identified projects that can be undertaken and brought forward to try and improve the lifestyles and the opportunities within some of our least privileged wards. However, the report presented to Council did not suggest that there were any further schemes on the horizon. I found this extremely disappointing. Just 8 wards out of a total of 33 wards within the whole city will benefit. Leeds declared a climate emergency in March 2019. I know that we have also had to cope with a pandemic this year, but surely we should have more bus lane, cycling route schemes and opportunities on the table for each of our wards by now. Not all schemes have to have large financial support before they can be achieved or implemented, nor do we have to wait for the combined authority to lead the way. My ward of Horsforth is chopped into 4 by 2 major roads, the A65 and the Ring Road. Nothing significant has been proposed regarding bus lanes and cycle safety on our stretch of the A65. Neither has there been anything proposed for the largest 2 stretches of our share of the Ring Road, the first between Woodside and the Finkhill Junction, and the second from the Horsforth roundabout down to Rodley. And yet the footpaths and grass verges on these 2 stretches of Ring Road are wide and away from the traffic and could easily be converted into a combined pedestrian cycleway. The traffic on the Ring Road between the Horsforth roundabout and Rodley currently travels at 60 miles an hour, but that is on the odd occasion when there isn't a traffic jam. I've been requesting cycleway improvements on the ring road for a long time now. When I proposed it to former councillor Richard Lewis several years ago, he told me that the problem was that the council would have to pay for the cost of signage as the cycle paths would cross over other minor roads. Surely if we can find the funding for the schemes in this report, we should also be looking at the smaller schemes, especially if all they need is a little bit of signage. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Buckley.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on minute 24 and 25, pages 88 to 90. And firstly, just on the transport hub schemes, my colleagues and I haven't spoken about this, but we're all saying similar things. There were to be 7 of these transport hub schemes in the report to be completed under the Connecting Leeds banner. And the £9 and a bit million now appears to be reduced to £7 million. And given the nature of these schemes, £1 million per project does seem expensive for what amounts to bus shelters and signage and cycle lanes, as some of my colleagues have previously said. And in addition, and I think as Councillor Carter said in a slightly different way, the current situation on public transport usage is uncertain, to put it mildly. Will patronage levels ever recover in the foreseeable future, let alone increases? And therefore, are extra bus stops and extra infrastructure in any way justifiable? It hasn't been tested. Or is there a suspicion of an anti-car prejudice at work here, under the guise of COVID-friendly alterations? Now, some of my residents have been telling me that they're concerned that 2 major LP tip projects in Old Woodley, part of the whole fund, and adjacent to Old Woodley, appear to have been abandoned. Now, until recently, a state-of-the-art park and ride had been planned for this part of the north of the city. And it is actually going through planning, and a major bus lane scheme just on the south side of the ring road on King Lane, just into Moortown Ward, which affects Old Woodley traffic completely, which would have required no loss of any lanes for any other traffic, and the bus lane would have been an additional completely separate public transport lane. Now, this will be needed as private car traffic levels increase, which they are doing now, and they will continue to do so because of the situation. Now, I understand the spending imperative for 2021, but where is the urgency or commitment to these schemes, as opposed to some of the new smaller ones, which we've all mentioned, which are apparently being shoehorned in? Does the LP tip funding still have to be spent by next March? And if not, when? What's the new date? Has the government been asked for an extension on this period? And will the executive board member reassure my Old Woodley residents that their need for traffic congestion relief is just as urgent as elsewhere in the city, as my colleagues have said? And
Councillor Buckley.
if I can finish one final half sentence, Lord Mayor, that this bus lane in particular is needed to maintain air quality, at least at the present levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I'm focusing my comments on minute 25 around the transport hubs. And like colleagues, I had some consternation on realising that only 8 wards were going to be affected by this and these schemes. And it concerns me because there are a number of residents in my area who have few options to take but the car. There are few safe cycling routes. The buses that connect to different local centres don't exist. If you're wanting to travel to the west of the city, you have to go into the city centre to come back out again. And these schemes will not speak to their concerns. They will not help them access hubs for shopping. They won't help them get around to work. They're of very little benefit to them. In fact, actually what these schemes risk doing when you combine them with the Regent Street flyover, with E-Law, with the works on the A660, works on the A58, they actually risk clogging up the city centre even more when we're trying to get the city centre moving, get the whole of the city moving again. Additionally, as I looked at the schemes, I noticed that there were concerns about an increase in future maintenance costs that weren't included in the budget, and the removal of trees that would take place that would actually be, that would denigrate from our climate emergency and what we seek to do. Now, I'm aware that the executive member won't have a tin ear to this, and I realise that this must have been part of a bigger scheme, and that with approximately £1 million to be spent on each of these schemes in these 8 wards, she was today going to announce that there would be £1 million for each of the other wards that ward members would be able to look at introducing new schemes in their areas. And so I look forward to working with the executive member, with the transport officers, to look at how we can expand cycling and walking schemes in my area and help improve facilities for the rest of the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope everyone can hear me all right. It's good to see that a pandemic has converted the Conservative group to full Marxism. It's very gratifying to see. I would like to speak on the same minutes and speak largely about the district heating system, but I think it's important that councillors, particularly opposition councillors, recognise that looking at a segment of the council's plans for transport and for movement is not exactly like looking at the totality of it, is it? And I think that should be bore in mind at all times. But Lord Mayor, the phrase unprecedented is used a lot, isn't it? And I think we need to think about the times that we live in and how challenging they are. I think this country's been tested like nothing since the Second World War, and don't worry, there are no torturous war analogies coming from me apart from to say that. Coronavirus has taken up rightly a lot of our time, efforts and energies, hasn't it? But over all of that, longer term is the threat of climate emergency. And I will say this again and again in this chamber, this is civilizational level threat event. I wish that was hyperbole. I wish that was just myself being extreme, but it's not. I think we all recognize this. And so the decisions we make in the next few years are going to shape this next century, and they may shape how our civilization turns out. So why am I raising all of this? Well, everyone's seen the roadworks in the city centre, haven't they? All the work that's going on in and around the city centre. And a lot of that is the aforementioned connecting Leeds, but against councillors, it's just one part of connecting Leeds, isn't it, which stretches across our city and touches all wards. But what are those really big trenches are? They're part of the district heating system that other members have mentioned. So that's sustainable heat and hot water to homes and businesses around, including council homes and private residences. And that all comes from the Recycling and Energy Recovery Facility, which is the RERF, which is one of my favourite acronyms in local government. We've just completed phases 1 and 2. We've just published our ambitions for phase 3, and we need the funding and the power to do that. Of course we do. But this is a real positive development, Lord Mayor. I mean, look, this will save, when it's all rolled out, this will save around about 11,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide a year, 11,000 tonnes. And it's an enormous benefit to our city. And let's bear in mind that this will save lots of people who live in and around the city centre. And further, if you imagine it spreading out like an inblood, it will save more and more money people on their energy bills. That's fantastic. What is it also doing? It's directly employing people in good, well-paying jobs where they're trained to do new skills. And we're going to have to retrofit our entire society, aren't we, Lord Mayor? So these are good long-term jobs. This is exactly what we want to see. And this is what I want to say, finally, Lord Mayor, is really, this is an example of the Green New Deal in action. Now, we're putting this front and centre of our plans as a council. We need to see the government take this on, and certainly we'll be making the case from opposition in the House of Commons. But the Green New Deal should be central to everything we do. It's publicly led investment, cutting carbon, providing jobs, and providing some hope in a very dark and uncertain time, Lord Mayor. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Grove.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm going to be speaking on integrated transport. Public transport is such a part of all our lives that when it works right, we do not often think about it. And when it does not, it's a source of acute frustration. It is something many of us depend on for our everyday lives. Even during these unprecedented times, there are still people who need to travel to work, travel to school, visit family members, or provide care to the vulnerable in society. Every barrier to travel is a barrier to people living their lives. It is a sad fact that the council does not hold all the cards when it comes to public transport. With the new devolution deal, we will have more to say in this regard. But where we can act to improve journeys, we do. A big part of that is recognising that no single method of travelling exists in a vacuum. It's all connected. The way walking, cycling, bus and train services and even private cars interact is key to getting the city moving and doing so in line with our target of being carbon neutral by 2030. An integrated vision on how all this comes together is at the heart of the Leeds Transport Plan. The transport network needs to be many things: easy to use, affordable, reliable and accessible, just to name a few. It is by integrating different modes of travel that we can achieve this. People need to travel by the right modes. This work is a wonderful example of this. It has considered how people can travel in their local area in a more sustainable and reliable way. It makes a short walk more attractive rather than making a trip in a car. People may be encouraged to cycle rather than jumping in a taxi. Instead of sitting by themselves in a car, people might find it easy to reach their buses, a better way to commute. The work being done in Bermondshof and Richmond Hill ward at Lincoln Green is a fantastic example of this. We have 90,000 people living within walking distance of the city centre, and too often many of those people are restricted in walking into the city centre by the walking routes available to them. It is not possible for everyone due to ill health or other factors, but where we can help, we must assist those amongst some of our most disadvantaged communities while helping the environment. Each of these schemes helps to make these interventions in different ways at a local level. Modest changes that can offer a big difference. That's a note to the opposition. By providing enhanced and safe pedestrian routes to bus stops, we are contributing to the overall increased patronage on public transport by improving the waiting environment and the travel information provision. By creating improvements of walking and travel in the local areas, we support regeneration in these areas. All of these schemes will help us meet our targets regarding air quality and environmental impacts in the district, which, as well as we know, is crucial. I will finish, Lord Mayor. These changes are crucial. We're making sure we can offer the people of Leeds the best options when it comes to making their travel choices so that they can achieve sustainable and reliable journeys. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Carline.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also want to talk about the Transport Hubs and Connecting Communities report. It brings benefits for public transport and active travel in many wards across the city as part of the much wider package of Connecting Leeds schemes, and I would have hoped it was welcomed by all. However, I'll just focus on the active travel elements. We know that there's a desire from the people that live here to make our city streets safer and more conducive to walking and cycling, and this report really helps to address some of that. Active travel is not just a massively important part of Leeds transport plans, but a key part of the health and wellbeing strategy and the best council plan. The health and wellbeing strategy notes that 1 in 5 adults is inactive. We know the more we move, the greater we benefit. It also notes that to help address this inactivity, we need to make active travel the easiest and best option where possible. With lots more walking and cycling due to good infrastructure, creative planning and positive behaviour change, I'm happy to see the measures in this report helping with that objective. However, active travel is not just important for transport plans and health and wellbeing, it's a crucial part of the Council's response to the climate emergency. Where possible, we need to encourage people out of private cars and onto sustainable transport. One of the biggest barriers for people making that change is access to safe infrastructure, so the measures in this report clearly make progress on that agenda as well. Part of the climate emergency response is making sure we set out clear and achievable ambitions. For cycling in Leeds, for instance, we want to build a cycle network that encompasses the whole city, connecting communities and opportunities through a comprehensive 800-kilometre network of safe routes. This is a proper response to the climate emergency and the transport problems in Leeds, and I'm glad to see the work on delivering this progressing. Walking also has an important part to play. We need to see more people making shorter journeys by foot than car, and by combining walking and public transport for longer journeys. It may seem more convenient to jump in the car or nip to the shops, or make the 2-minute journey to the train station, but it's important that we make interventions like these in the report, as well as the larger schemes we're bringing forward, to give people the opportunity and infrastructure to make walking the obvious choice where possible. Works like those in the report to improve access to new Pudsey train station across both Pudsey ward and my ward of Carvely and Farsley, improving walking routes to the station through widening and resurfacing of paths, improving pedestrian crossing points, and adding clear signage to make wayfinding straightforward and reliable. I welcome the Council's ongoing commitment to championing active travel, and I'm sure that we'll see much more of it in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Medley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be speaking on minute 24. My Lord Mayor, I hope we all welcome the news regarding further expansion of the district heating network. This is an incredibly innovative project, providing sustainable heat and hot water to homes and businesses in the city by utilising heat generated from household waste at the Recycling and Energy Recovery Facility in Cross Green. With work on the second phase of the 19-kilometre network ahead of schedule, proposals for the third phase of the project are underway, which will see the network extend to the South Bank area. And as Councillor Walshaw has already mentioned, once fully built, the network will save a combined 11,000 tonnes of greenhouse gases every year, reducing carbon emissions, improving air quality, and playing an important role in meeting our carbon neutral target of 2030. There is a lot to be said for going clean and green, purely on its own merits. Before COVID-19, we had already recognised the benefits that a green revolution could have for the environment and across the economy. And in the wake of this pandemic, we have a real opportunity to rebuild an economy in a way that not only helps our environment, but helps address some of the social, economic and health inequality in our city, exacerbated by years of government-imposed austerity. One area that we can help tackle with this approach is fuel poverty, caused by low income, high fuel prices, poor quality rental properties, unaffordable housing and poor energy efficiency. Research suggests that a staggering 1 in 10 households in Leeds are currently suffering from fuel poverty, and this figure is set to increase as the economy struggles to recover from lockdown. More households are likely to be forced into fuel poverty through rising unemployment, reduced income and higher fuel bills as we spend less time at work and more time in the home. One of our ambitions as a council is to ensure that all homes in the city are of a decent standard and that everyone can afford to stay warm. This is important because, as we know, living in a cold, damp home can have a detrimental effect on the health and mental well-being of our residents of all ages, particularly those who are vulnerable because of age, disability and illness. However, I'm proud to say that as a council, we are committed to tackling inequality within our city, and the district heating system is just one example of several projects we have introduced to help reduce fuel poverty. In addition to the positive environmental impact, the district heating network provides affordable heating to over 2,000 council tenanted homes, helping to reduce the fuel bills of some of our most vulnerable residents through safer, more efficient and controllable heating. This project has also a long-term vision which seeks to expand its environmental and economic benefits by creating a network of interlinked district heating networks across the city. My Lord Mayor, the district heating network is an ambitious, forward-thinking project, helping us to make a real difference to the quality of lives of the people in our city by tackling fuel poverty, improving air quality and delivering affordable and efficient heating. And for these reasons, I welcome this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The pandemic shines a light on the constant tragedy of many crisis situations. The poorest among us are hit the hardest. I'm proud that Leeds, under this administration, is working to ensure that everyone benefits from living in Leeds, placing people at the heart of what we do. These efforts are raising our productivity, increasing skills levels, supporting and championing innovation, and creating better infrastructure. Indeed, we are dedicated to improving the health of the poorest the fastest by targeting many neighbourhoods where poor housing stock conditions and transport, financial exclusion, and physical and mental health problems cause significant harm, some of them in my own ward. A big part of making sure everyone benefits from Leeds' economy is making sure people are connected to the jobs and learning opportunities throughout our city. It is not just enough to create jobs. Many people do not own a car, and their only method of travelling to these jobs is by walking, cycling, or public transport, including many of my own constituents. Transport, therefore, must be available to everyone, with strong links to all communities within our large and diverse city. but it is only right that we focus these efforts where public transport is the most important and on some of our most deprived communities. The new devolution powers we hope to receive will allow us to make more progress on this agenda, but whilst we are able to use these powers in the future, it is not enough to wait for them. We are making improvements where we can now, so people can access the Leeds transport network with greater ease. Each of these schemes are helping to connect our communities with the wider city, creating more opportunities for our city's people, all whilst doing so in a sustainable and healthy way by promoting active travel and public transport. Public transport is therefore key. As I said, not everyone in Leeds owns a car. That means they are instantly restricted in the opportunities they can access. It is good news for the city when a big employer comes to bring new jobs or offer apprenticeships, but if no one can actually access those or they are restricted, then that will obviously cause frustration and anxiety for those people. That's why public transport is so important, and every link we make, every improvement we introduce is vital to improving the lives of everyone in the city, regardless of where they live. Likewise, the wonderful amenities of our city has to offer are also barriers if there is no transport to reach them. Council, gyms, libraries, shops, restaurants are shut to people if they can't access them. Therefore, we must make sure that there is accessible travel to get there, whether that's via public transport or via active travel methods. It's something people know and do feel keenly. The University of Leeds found that almost half of the people they asked in a study on jobs, and I think my time's up, Lord Mayor, so I'll finally say this: we need to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that everybody can access our transport system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shazaz.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I would like to welcome this report and speak on minute 24 and 25 of this report, pages 88 to 90. The district heating network is something everyone in Leeds should be rightfully proud of. It is an ambitious and bold response to a changing planet and the climate emergency. It will be a big contributor to our target of being carbon neutral by 2030. However, it is important to note that our dedication to being a greener, cleaner city did not simply start in 2019 when we declared a climate emergency. The city has been doing work on this agenda for years previously. The very fact that we are pushing for phase 3 of district heating should tell you as much. Such big schemes require time and effort to construct. They are expensive and cause disruption, and the easy course of action would be to simply do nothing. I am proud we have taken a different path in Leeds. Phase 1 of the district heating network has been completed, with approximately 8 kilometres of pipework installed linking the recycling and energy recovery facility at Cross Green to the city centre. It is providing services to commercial customers and, more importantly, providing affordable heating to council multi-storey flats in the Lincoln Green, Eber Garden, Stony Rock and Saxon Garden areas. That's almost 2,000 properties being given more affordable heating, whilst also making a huge impact on our climate strategy. As well as this, as part of the council's reaction to the Grenfell tragedy, we amended our supplier specification to also include delivery of sprinkler systems to all flats in multi-storey blocks with newly installed heating and the fire safety improvements, which have happened a lot quicker than would otherwise have been possible, whilst disruption to tenants has been minimised. Like any network, you have to start somewhere, and on the back of phase 1, phase 2 has come into the city centre. To best serve the city centre, the district heating scheme needed to come up the Hedgerow. To minimise disruption, the works are taking place alongside the Hedgerow Gateway project, another great scheme that will help transform and revitalise the city centre, helping support public transport use and creating a better environment for walking and cycling. As I said at the start, big projects like this do cause disruption, no matter how much you minimise it. I would like to thank anyone that was impacted by it for their patience and understanding. It will mean that civic buildings like the Town Hall, Civic Hall, the Museum, Central Library, the Art Gallery and St George's House can connect to the network, as well as creating opportunities for other buildings and homes in the city centre to benefit as well. All of this work means that we can look at the proposals for the third phase of a district heating network and know that we are doing the right thing for our citizens, our city and our planet. My Lord Mayor, I welcome this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to speak on minute 24 for the Executive Board, which describes recent progress on phase 3E of our district heating network. Lord Mayor, we should all be delighted to learn that the Council is investing £6.1 million in extending our heating network to the south bank of the River Aire. This will make more efficient use of the energy available from waste. It's expected to cut customer fuel bills by 10%. Initially, phase 3E will save over 1,000 tonnes of carbon per year, rising to 3,300 tonnes when the scheme is fully operational. Lord Mayor, phase 3E is truly welcome news. These are real savings in heating costs, real cuts in current CO2 emissions, real tonnages diverted from landfill. The RERF, the RERF, is an essential step along our way. But it's important to realise that neither the full scheme nor phase 3E can take us to our ultimate goal of zero carbon emissions. The RERF will continue to burn domestic waste, and our space heating network will continue to emit CO2, albeit about half the rate of an ordinary boiler. The electric output from the RERF is similarly tainted with significant CO2 emissions, which cannot be easily reduced. We can only achieve zero carbon emissions from the RERF by capturing the entire CO2 output from the chimney and putting the carbon beyond use into permanent long-term storage. And that would be a hugely expensive process. Net zero CO2 emissions can be achieved where buildings are warmed using heat pumps, provided that these are driven by fully sustainable energy sources such as wind, tidal or solar power. The Council is currently exploring this possibility at the Heights tower blocks in Farnley and Wortley. Better insulation is always helpful, but ultimately, Lord Mayor, heat pumps are needed to deliver our climate goals. The UK lags behind Western Europe and Japan in applying heat pump technology. We must make urgent efforts to catch up. There will still be a major role for heat networks, but in contrast to the RERF, these will be low temperature networks, frequently operating around freezing point to supply heat to low temperature heat pump inputs. There's a whole new world of heat pump technology out there, but at present the UK is hardly part of it. We must participate in these areas, Lord Mayor. Local and national administrations across the entire country urgently need to raise their game. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to speak on the public transport hub connectivity schemes taken to July's exec board. I'll jump on the birthday bandwagon first of all and wish happy birthday to Councillor Lewis and a more significant birthday the other day to Councillor Mulherrin, but I'll leave that as it is. One of the schemes, the public transport connectivity schemes, was in our own ward and Rothwell. So we met as ward members with Highways and Wyker in 2018 after briefings to the community committee prior to my time as councillor. And it was a good scheme, the improvements to the Rothwell Greenway, but we suggested actually this could cover a larger footprint, including East Ardsley, Thorpe, Heritage Village, as well as Rothwell and Robin Hood. All outer areas of the city, I should add, in addition to Pudsey. Members of the public wanted better links to employment and transport hubs in the area. Junction 41, business park in Wakefield, on the Wakefield side, but next to our ward. Outward Station, again outside of Leeds, but right next to Ardsley and Robin Hood ward. Proposals were well received at consultation events in Rothwell as well as East Ardsley. And we now have a good scheme, fantastic scheme, linking to Junction 41, linking to Outward Station, linking to the new park and ride that's going to open at Sturton, as well as from East Ardsley and Thorpe to the existing Middleton city centre cycle route. This is all in addition to the much needed improvement to the main Greenway route between Lofthouse through Robin Hood to Rothwell, another employment and shopping hub. So in summary, these are all great schemes in my opinion, despite some members' views before me. Wider schemes in the city too, including the innovation on the Bermontoft scheme, as well as the scheme in Middleton, you know, just giving bread and butter of bus shelters with real-time information to pretty much every bus stop in the area. Fantastic, something asked for by many residents, I'm sure, in all our wards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golton.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just going back to the comment made by Councillor Garner just there, it's amazing how you can have two different perspectives on exactly the same scheme. One of the issues that I was going to raise here about these transport hubs and the amazing record we've got on active travel is don't sometimes believe your own publicity. These amazing public meetings that were supposed to have given endorsement to the Rothwell Greenway investment in Rothwell didn't happen. It was at a community committee meeting where there was no public in the audience. So don't believe your own publicity. And I think the problem is with our active travel is we're too busy actually thinking the same way we always have done instead of trying to make things different. A lot of the problem with the transport hubs that we've got that are mentioned in this particular paper, but also in terms of what the West Yorkshire Combined Authority does in their forward planning is we spend a lot of time prettifying and updating the active travel infrastructure in the actual destination itself. There's far too much concentration on town and district centres and the cycling and bus stop facilities that are there, and far too little attention on the infrastructure in between them that people actually have to use to get to this amazing new cycling friendly stuff that's in the town and district and city centres. And I really do think we need to tackle that one. The recent investment that we're going to get in Rothwell, the bid that happened, and this is on the A639, and it was supposed to be for cycling and bus lanes. And then when we discovered the different sections of road which were going to get these bus lanes or not, it turned out that the cycling element of it was completely ignored. The only way that they measured whether or not a piece of road should get the investment to get this lane in was whether or not it made buses go a bit quicker. We really do need to think and listen to people like the cyclists that live in our own areas, understand them and deliver what they need, which is proper segregated cycling routes to and from the city centre, but more importantly, around our own neighbourhoods. And too often it's piecemeal. And when I saw the speakers that were here, I saw Peter Carlill, who's our cycling czar apparently, and we've got Councillor Midgley and Councillor Ray. They're all on the same major route that I'm interested in to get into the city centre along the canal, because that is properly segregated and cyclists in our area really want to use that as much as possible. And there is a very serious pinch point at Skelton Grange where we need a new bridge, and we need the leadership from the council to actually get the different partners involved to make it a reality. And I was hoping that the other councillors that are involved on that route would be mentioning that, but can we please get some joined up working and not just a series of prettification projects for our town and district centres?
Thank you. Councillor Owley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Shortly before I was elected to Wheatwood Ward in May last year, my Labour predecessor wrote an article referring to me and my colleagues as the disingenuous Liberal Democrats. With the current state of transport now in Leeds, I find this somewhat ironic, because whilst we're committing to spending millions of pounds on these transport hubs that other members have already commented on, the real problems, and again some of the other members have commented, the real problems of the city are left unaddressed. And it is true, as others have said, that we've been given some respite from these during the lockdown resulting from the pandemic. But the problems of inadequate public transport, air quality, and the free flow of traffic across the city do remain, and they are only set to increase as the economy recovers. So what in particular is disingenuous? Is it replacing roundabouts with light controlled junctions, which hold up traffic unnecessarily at all times of day and night, and thus increasing pollution, which will affect pedestrians and cyclists? Is it failing to get a grip on the public transport systems, which our residents have to tolerate? Is it the growing confusion and potential debacle over the implementation of the Clean Air Zone? I think the most disingenuous are the policy of increasing waiting times for traffic at major junctions. For example, as is proposed at the junction of the A660 and Shore Lane. This will increase polluting emissions, it will increase journey times, it will increase driver frustration, and perhaps therefore reduce safety on our roads. It will do nothing to improve the life of commuters, many of whom need their cars, and will delay also the bus services as well. There are no benefits. But for me, the disingenuity prize, that's a bit of practice saying, by the way, must surely be to continue to disregard the need for railway stations and park and ride provisions in the north of Leeds. But rather is happening now, we are getting a defence of fabricating ridiculous stories, such as the one accusing the Liberal Democrats of planning to remove 100 mature trees in order to achieve what is essential for free-flowing transport for our city. Lord Mayor, this administration is pouring millions of pounds and millions of tons of concrete into transport hubs, but not addressing the real problems which are only set to grow in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be speaking on minute 25 and sharing, along with my Leeds North West members, frustrations regarding active travel improvements, but with a particular interest in Otley and the airport shuttle bus in Yeadon. Both these would improve the health and well-being of residents, help to reduce congestion, improve journey times for those that need to travel further afield, and improve air quality. They'd also support tourism in the business communities. Part of our active travel plans here in Otley is for a cycleway through two of our most popular parks, Wolf Meadows Park and Manor Garth. They would allow more children and young people to get out of their parents' car for the school run, link different communities in the town, and enhance Otley's already great reputation for somewhere to live, work and play. And yet none of this can happen because council departments can't work together, can't deliver schemes in a timely and cost-effective way, and clearly do not see Otley and Yeadon as we here see it. So I'd like to raise my concerns around the capacity of these council teams to deliver these schemes, because currently they clearly cannot support all of the communities across the city. We know this because they tell us so. I'm sorry, councillors, but we just don't have the resources and staff to do that at this time, is what they say. So what is the point of being asked for our views if at the first opportunity we're told we are not the priority? What is the point of raising expectation for the sake of being seen to consult citywide when there are clearly not enough resources to deliver? This just wastes everybody's time, effort, and breeds mistrust between the council, its members and its communities. As Councillor Campbell says in a recent email to senior officers, I must question the council's commitment to active travel in certain parts of the city. He is right, and every ward member, and we've heard from plenty of them today in this council outside of the outer ring road, knows this, and I now know that they are just as frustrated. Moving on to Yeadon, we welcome the investment of the new infrastructure in the form of the Transdev supplied airport flyer buses and service, but continue to raise our concerns about the increasing marginalisation of local connections. We remain concerned that Wyker and probably an elected mayor will not do enough to consult with our Yeadon residents every time the airport shuttle buses are tinkered with. Finally, working with Otley Town Council and the Otley and Yeadon residents, we know we have a shed load of improvements that we will help our communities' health and well-being, reduce congestion and help revitalise our economic heartbeats that are our town centres. We see public transport and active travel as central to improving and enhancing our high streets, our retail and business partners and our tourism. This can only be achieved, though, if this council looks beyond its outer ring road and into its major settlements that make such a huge contribution to this great city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Otley is one of the largest towns in West Yorkshire, if not the largest town in West Yorkshire, without a rail link. And we're over 10 miles from Leeds. And for those that don't drive, there's only one option for public transport, and that's the bus. And if you look at Otley bus station, it is substandard. It is rooted in the last century, if that. For example, we finally managed to get a digital display for Otley bus station in recent years, but it's located in the town council offices, which are adjacent but not part of the bus station. So the offer for people going into Leeds is poor. And then the bus services that take them there are even poorer. The frequency leaves something to be desired. Ward members have for many years been looking at an alternative for the bus station, or to bring it up to 21st century standards. And it's very saddening to see that this report does not contain anything for our ward of Otley and Yeadon, and in particular working to improve the transport hub that is in Otley. Because we are situated so far away from the centre of Leeds and considered to be an affluent area, I fear that we don't get considered for many of these projects. If you recall, many years ago when we sold the airport, all wards benefited from that sale, with £1 million was invested in every single council ward. Transport is that important. We need to see investment in transport throughout the city, in every ward, and this report doesn't do that. We feel that we're left out here. We contribute our council tax towards Leeds, and we don't get enough back on transport, whereas we are the very place which needs that transport link to help with the Leeds economy, for people that want to work in Leeds, get educated in Leeds, spend money in Leeds, but don't drive. There is a very poor offer, and we really would like at the very earliest opportunity for Otley bus station to be considered for upgrading into the 21st century. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll be speaking primarily actually to minute 25. But before I do, I just want to add our congratulations to Councillor Lewis on his no doubt 21st birthday, and of course to now we discover Councillor Lisa Mulherron's forthcoming birthday. It could be the first time an executive member actually answers a question when she tells us in summing up what special birthday that is, but I leave that purely to, I dare say, another question that might go unanswered. Anyway, anyway, I move on. Councillor Buckley referred before, so I can hear feedback going on there. Councillor Buckley referred to the bizarre situation of the Woodley Park and Ride, where huge sums of money have been spent on this. It's being brought forward now for a planning consent, yet the world and his brother and sister have known for months and months that the money is not there to deliver it. I find it bizarre indeed that we're still pressing ahead seeking a planning consent for something that we know there's no money to deliver. Have an open mind as the proposal itself, which being on the plans panel that is likely to hear it, of course, I must have. But I do find it odd that we are still throwing resource, time and money after something that we know for nearly a year we can't possibly deliver. I also must say I find it very bizarre that Councillor Shazad, a Moortown councillor, spoke before, welcoming these reports. And yet one of the schemes that has been shelved is a scheme that would tackle a serious and significant issue in the Moortown ward. I've had Moortown residents ringing me, calling me, emailing me, all of whom I've had to say, you need to speak to your own councillors here, saying, what on earth is going on here? Stonegate Road is an absolute nightmare. Not too bad at the moment because of reduced traffic, but getting busier already. And here we are, the Moortown councillor, not speaking to that and talking about anything but that. I just find it bizarre. Here is a scheme that would have made a major difference to Moortown residents and my own Woodley residents. Councillor Shadad's just going, what a wonderful report this is. I think you must be reading a different report, my Lord Mayor. But I hope residents of North Leeds are watching, avidly glued to YouTube, seeing this debate today and saying, well, what on earth are we voting for? Because we've got a problem here in the ward and our ward members speaking about anything but that. Very peculiar, my Lord Mayor. Very, very peculiar indeed. This is a simple, effective scheme. It would have made a great deal of difference.
Councillor Cohen, sorry.
It's all right, my Lord Mayor. I think I've made my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I too am speaking on minutes 24 and 25, but principally on the transport hub improvements and public transport access schemes. These truly commendable schemes aim to create new or upgraded facilities to improve the passenger experience and enhance walking and cycling links between public transport hubs and communities. I was encouraged by the line in the report that read that the key aim of these schemes is to extend the benefits of the infrastructure improvements being delivered on the core corridors to local communities. The debate around transport is often focused on the big infrastructure projects and the city centre. But as local councillors, we all know that getting the right transport schemes in our local communities is also hugely important, perhaps more important to our residents. Whilst I welcome the intention behind the latest schemes, all to be fully funded by government grant from the Connecting Leeds programme, I do think it's disappointing that my own ward of Horsforth was not able to benefit from this round. In Horsforth, we're always looking to see how we can make our roads safer, encourage more sustainable transport, and boost cycling and walking links. This needs to be done in consultation with residents and in a way that improves the situation for all concerned. There is potential for improvements near the ring road, and I hope to see these continue to develop positively. However, we also need to ensure that schemes strike the right balance between car users, other road users, and pedestrians. With a premium on public space, particularly in the current climate, it's vital that we don't remove space from one type of road user and hand it to another in a way that makes life more difficult for others. I'm thinking, for example, of vulnerable, disabled and blind pedestrians who are used to being familiar with the layout of a particular road, but whose environment would change dramatically with the introduction of new cycling and walking schemes. So such schemes need to be delivered in a considerate way in consultation with local people. At a time when, sadly, public transport is still being discouraged, we need to ensure that such schemes do not unduly penalise car users when travelling by car may be the safer option, perhaps the only option.
Councillor Schmidt, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I again remind members, please put your mic on mute, and also could you put your phone on silence, please. Councillor Firth. Councillor Firth.
Sorry about that, Lord Mayor. I started without unmuting myself. Many will be proud of that. Anyway, let's start. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to speak on minute 25, as many colleagues have done already. And first of all, I'd like to reflect on some comments that have been put out there by some of our colleagues on the other side of the chamber. First of those was in terms of Councillor Walshaw, who said to all of us that we should look at the bigger picture. I think it's very difficult to take that into consideration, Councillor Walshaw, when if we're talking about active travel, it takes probably about 10 minutes to cycle from your ward, whereas the far extremity of my ward, if you look to Wetherby, just beyond it, it would take at least an hour more to cycle in, which is even longer than it would take to cycle from Bradford to Leeds itself. So when we're talking about this, looking at the bigger picture, let's also not forget that our communities deserve just as much attention as yours. And it means that if one part of the system fails, somebody can be totally disconnected. And that's happened during the COVID crisis, unfortunately, because of the fact of, understandably, reducing the numbers that are using our buses. Villages like East Keswick that use the service like the X98-99, the former rail replacement service that runs from Wetherby to Leeds. When that unfortunately didn't have enough spaces, many residents weren't able to get on a bus that only arrives maybe every hour. Let's look at the bigger picture and think that there's not just the city centre, but also is the rest of our city. We may have rural villages, but rural villages are not always as connected up as the city centre. And so as a result, you've also said that we should look because we've been converted to full Marxism. Well, we're looking at reality. Conservatism and conservatives are based on looking at what we should do for people, keeping what works and changes where necessary to make it easier for them. And that's the problem that the Labour Party have when they've spoken about all this today. We need to look at enforcing everybody in our city being able to get around, to be able to work in Leeds. The city centre doesn't sit in the centre of Leeds City Council's area. It actually sits centre west. And that means it's even longer from some of my constituents to get there. So as a result, as we come out of the COVID crisis, I want to quote something else, as we mentioned full Marxism, as Councillor Warshaw mentioned, because I've been looking a little bit at the Communist Manifesto, because a spectre is haunting. And let the ruling classes of Leeds tremble at the communistic revolution, the common revolution, the fact that Labour is ignoring people and losing support in the outer areas of Leeds. And if we don't get a crack of it, unfortunately, you may be the ones who not only suffer, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Amanda Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's a massive echo. Can everybody else hear that?
Councillor Carter, I think Councillor Carter stood behind you with his iPads.
That could be why. It's still not working.
He needs to switch his iPad off.
Switch your iPad off. Switch it off. We'll get it sorted.
Can I come back to you, Councillor Carter?
Can you hear me now?
And you can sort yourself out while I go to Councillor Anderson.
You have to switch your iPad off.
Good idea, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on minute 25, the transport hub improvements. One of the issues in my ward is the varying speed limits that are along the A660. For those who don't know the A660, that's the road that runs from the university right the way through to Otley. The speed limits along there vary so much, they are very confusing and dangerous for both pedestrians and cyclists and car drivers. The A660 has a 40-mile-an-hour limit from the Lonswood roundabout to the cemetery, a 30-mile-an-hour limit through Addle, a 50-mile-an-hour limit from Addle to Goldenacre Park, a 40-mile-an-hour limit through Bramhope, then a variety of 30, 40 and 50 on the way out to Otley. As a lot of you will be aware, the Dyneley Arms junction is on this road as well, and that is a no-go area for pedestrians and cyclists. There is a sticking plaster interim solution that has been drawn up, but that is not the answer, although I welcome anything that might make an improvement, no matter how small. If we want to help pedestrians and cyclists trying to make their way to bus stops or transport hubs, we need to make it easy to cross the road. Crossing the A660 in Bramhope to access housing, shops, the school or school buses involves crossing 40-mile-an-hour trunk road. The increased volumes of traffic that are coming along that road as well, due to housing developments in Otley, Bramhope and Addle, not to mention surrounding areas of other councils, are all impacting on the A660, and this is a huge concern. I have been part of meetings with Councillor Robinson in Harewood Ward to look at a strategy of preventing HGVs from going through the village of Poole. Poole is a beautiful small village, but it suffers from being at the crossroads of two extremely busy main roads and suffers from large volumes of heavy HGVs and huge farm vehicles at certain times of the year. The pavements on Main Street are very narrow. The two main roads themselves are narrow, so that quite often, if there's two heavy goods vehicles coming on them at the same time, they just cannot pass each other. And mount the pavement on many occasions, which is obviously very dangerous when there is a school on that road as well. The air quality on Main Street in Poole has also been highlighted as an area of concern. If you're a pedestrian in Poole, you're breathing in air that is not good for your health when there's queuing traffic. The Poole Greenway seems to have stagnated. This, when completed, would be a massive asset to the village, but sadly seems to have been forgotten about. A number of my residents from Cookridge and Addle would love to cycle or walk into Leeds, but they cannot get across the Lonswood roundabout. Plans were in place to do something about this, but these have fallen through due to the design of the scheme not being properly thought through, and there was a lot of upset caused locally that could have been avoided. We have a new set of traffic lights at the Holt Lane junction in Addle. Some of you may know this if you've ever been to the Lonswood. Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm just about to finish. This has been in place for 6 weeks, this scheme, and it's still waiting for the lights to be switched on and the junction made functional. It's been a farce, taking far longer to complete than it should have done. And now it is complete, it's not even operational. Residents are losing patience with connecting Leeds. It's more like disconnecting Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter, are you ready?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you. All devices have been banished from the office other than mine.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Carter's also gone as well.
Oh dear.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to speak on minute 25 and touch on the effect of traffic and speeding traffic during the pandemic and afterwards. In fact, it started a long time ago before the pandemic, particularly on the A647, where certain people during the pandemic realised that this road could become a nice racetrack, and high-powered vehicles were racing each other down from 10 o'clock at night all through the night. This isn't just a safety issue, Lord Mayor. This is an issue of antisocial behaviour as well. The noise can be heard throughout Pudsey, Stanningley, Farsley and Woodhall, all through the night, keeping people awake. The vehicles are going at excess of 70 miles an hour sometimes, putting people at risk. We have been campaigning for a very long time for speed cameras, and we've had some success in that we've had mobile speed cameras put there. However, what we really need is fixed speed cameras, and they don't seem to fit the criteria. However, this is just an accident waiting to happen, a serious accident waiting to happen, very similar to the one that happened in Horsforth not very long ago when 4 young people very sadly lost their lives. It's vital that residents can use our roads safely, and they've got the confidence to walk around, and they've got the confidence to drive. We must therefore insist that we have permanent speed cameras deployed on the A647. It's necessary for people's safety. And it's also necessary so that people can just sleep at night. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Maharin will now sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just thank everybody for some very interesting contributions. That was over an hour and I think nearly an hour and 15 minutes. So the 6 minutes I've got left to sum up is probably not going to cover everybody and everything that you've said. So first of all, just to say that the situation that we've been in, obviously, with the pandemic is not a situation, obviously, that we expect to continue long into the future. We obviously are working with our partners in health and obviously across the government and internationally to try to move forward with that. But in terms of buses and public transport, there has been a very significant impact, obviously, on the number of people that can travel on it and the safety measures that are in place now to ensure that people can do that safely. But where people are concerned about things being white elephants, I'll just maybe remind some of the Conservative members that when Elland Road Park and Ride was created, that was referred to as a white elephant by some of the Conservative members, and that's been proven to be anything but. It's been expanded since, and of course we are about to expand Temple Green and Ride, which at the moment is out of use because it's a COVID testing site. So just to say that the long-term ambitions here are to support people to make good, healthy choices in terms of their travel, so that they can walk for short journeys, cycle, that they have opportunities to walk and use public transport safely for longer journeys. And clearly, the investments that we're making now are investments not for the next 6 months, not for the next year, but for long into the future, to give people that confidence that they can choose active travel and public transport and are not dependent on polluting vehicles. So there's been a number of suggestions being made. Just the last two, just quickly, in terms of speed limits. So we have seen a rise in terms of speeding vehicles on our roads following the easing of lockdown over the summer. We are currently trialling a scheme with West Yorkshire Police, which is already showing significant results in terms of tackling some of that poor driver behaviour. And it's a small investment that we've made working with the police, which is already starting to have an impact in parts of the city. So can I thank colleagues who have recognised what we're trying to do in terms of the climate emergency, both through the district's heating scheme and through our investments in public transport and active travel. Clearly, to reduce our carbon emissions and to make walking, cycling and public transport more attractive, you have to have measures that take some of that road space from private vehicles. So you're moving from a situation which for a very, very long time has prioritised the private car over walking, cycling and buses, that actually now takes some of that space and enables other forms of transport to get a look in the window. Thank you to colleagues who raised some of the transport hub schemes that we have successfully passed through public consultation. Just remind Councillor Galton that he's incorrect in saying that public meetings didn't take place. There were 3 public consultation events in relation to the Rothwell Greenway scheme, and I know them to be true because I actually attended one of them. The one in your ward had already taken place, Stuart, so it's a shame you weren't there, because the feedback I had from officers were that the people that attended were very, very supportive of the scheme. In relation to Skelton Grange Bridge, Councillor Carlisle has arranged a meeting that's taking place in the next fortnight, working with the Leeds Cycling Campaign, the Canals and Rivers Trust and the private landowners of that bridge to try to bring people together to help to resolve that situation. And I had an email earlier today, Councillor Lay, about the Wharf Meadows Park cycle route from your colleague Councillor Campbell. So only drawn to my attention today, that particular issue, but I have said that I will speak with Councillor Rafiq and officers from Highways and Parks to look at how we can resolve that. In relation to Alwoodley Park and Ride, a number of members were concerned that that scheme is still going through the planning process. And interestingly, Councillor Buckley, you kind of seem to want to have your cake and eat it, and criticises on one hand for investing in schemes that will support bus use and question why we should be doing that. And on the other hand, criticising us for pressing ahead with a planning application for the Alwoodley Park and Ride scheme without having the government funding to achieve that. What we have done recently, you may know, is get the funding through for the Temple Green Park and Ride extension through the government's Getting Building programme, and we've had advice that there will be funding hopefully available for other shovel-ready schemes, which is why we are continuing to press ahead with that and to make sure that we have schemes ready when funding becomes available. Clearly, funding is an issue, and the LP tip scheme that we are using for much of the works that people are talking about in the city centre, cycling improvements and the bus improvements obviously in particular, has got a time limit on it, and those schemes have to be delivered by March 2021, which is why the Old Woodley Park is out of that scheme. Thank you. Sorry, Lord Mayor, there's too much to say in the short time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to learning, skills and employment. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be speaking on Executive Board Minutes 26 and 27, the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman report on the provision of suitable education for a child absent from school due to anxiety, and the Annual Standards Report of 2018 to 19. Firstly, however, I would too like to congratulate even staff, students, parents and carers who've worked over the last 2 weeks tirelessly to enable schools and colleges to open in Leeds. I've had first-hand experience of this and know what has been done to make it happen. As in my previous speech, the emphasis today is on the importance of education to the lives of all children. Getting young people back into education to begin rebuilding their lives links directly to minutes 26 and 27, which deal with this issue, albeit in different ways. The complaint, which was upheld against Leeds, underlines the importance of having processes in place which will address the needs of all individuals in achieving the best education. Recognising that attending school in itself for some is not necessarily the only way to achieve their educational needs, and that systems should be responsive and supportive to the individual. The Annual Standard Report once again shows the work which needs to continue to be done within education in Leeds. Progress has been made in certain areas, but it is recognised that coming from a low base has meant that progress should always have occurred, and that the rate of progress is still not as it should be. Compared to the national figure, levels of achievements are still not as strong as they should be until Key Stage 5. And this really begs the question as to why this is so and what can be done to improve achievement at a younger age. Sadly, my Lord Mayor, looking at some of the statistics, Leeds as an authority, despite the progress made, still lags near the bottom on too many measures, particularly in those crucial early years. So, for example, early years foundation stage, percentage of pupils achieving good level of development, Leeds ranks 146 out of 151. Key Stage 1 pupils reaching the expected standards in reading, writing and maths, Leeds is 140, 147 and 141 respectively out of 149 authorities. And furthermore, why are the grades of EAL students stronger than non-EAL students? What lessons can be learned, both in practical mechanisms of educating students and also, more importantly, the powerful force of the mind? Education and achievement has to matter to all students. They must all want to achieve. The high attendance figures of these first 2 weeks of term show that students are keen to restart their education. Let's hope this is an opportunity to invest our students with that desire to engage with and benefit from the high quality education which will be offered in Leeds to all students, building both their individual progress and community futures. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I now call on Councillor Pryor to sum up?
So that was a little sooner than I thought. First of all, I would completely like to associate myself with the remarks that Councillor Richards has made, congratulating our teachers and schools. She's absolutely right. They have done a phenomenal job, and getting schools back is something I've said time and time again is one of the key things that's going to be the key to unlocking the whole country and getting the whole country moving back again. Obviously, the first report, to summarise, yes, I think it's fair to say, and we have addressed that there have been issues, and I hope that the Exec Board report, what that does is covers how we are remedying those and moving forward to ensure that that won't happen again. But obviously the substantial item on my minutes, which we didn't fully get to, was the annual standards report. Now, Leeds is a large and diverse city. We have affluent families and those who are more vulnerable and live in areas of social deprivation. We have many families where English is not their first language. This diversity is reflected in the report, and improving outcomes for particular groups, especially in the early years phase, is a key priority for us. The first measure of the report, which is something which Councillor Richards did talk about, is the GLD score, the good level of development, and that acts as a baseline, and it is something we need to work quite hard on. One of the factors that makes up the GLD is the literacy score, which is why last year we launched the year of reading, and while some bits have been made more difficult from the pandemic, it's something I'm hoping we can really push for. But how good are our schools at accelerating the progress of these children once they're in formal education settings beyond that GLD score? So the answer to this is, by the end of Key Stage 4, pupils in Leeds have made progress and nearly caught up. Our Attainment 8 score is just below the national figure and above that of core cities. The proportion of young people in 2009 gaining a grade 5 pass or higher in maths and English was just below national, but it was better than core cities, better than our statistical neighbours, and higher than the Yorkshire and Humber figure too. The progress made by pupils in Leeds from the end of their Key Stage 2 SATs and their GCSEs was far better than those all the comparators and much higher than national. This is something I think schools and young people can really be proud of. We're not denying there are issues, but I think we do speed up as children move through the Leeds education system. A gap does remain between outcomes for disadvantaged pupils and their more advantaged peers, but in Leeds, disadvantaged pupils have made progress in 2019 more than their disadvantaged peers did nationally. And our aim is for Leeds to be the best city to grow up in. So we know that we need to work on continuing to support accelerated progress throughout the city. Education in Leeds is improving, interventions are working, there is further to go. Our annual standards report from next year will be different. We're not collecting exam results in the same way we have in previous years, but instead we're having individual conversations with schools across the city to talk about trends, to talk about what we as an authority are doing well, to talk about what we as an authority need to improve on. So we are working to support all aspects. Obviously, it remains to be seen what the long-term impact of COVID will be on education. I'm sure there will be one, but we will continue to work closely with families and educational professions to support all young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Councillor Blake to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And, can I just say, going back to the beginning of the earlier in the meeting, an enormous thank you from my perspective on every single member that contributes to the scrutiny function, and it was really very positive to get the reports from the scrutiny boards today. Obviously, we know that you will have your work programmes cut out for you over the next months ahead, and I thought you were all absolutely right to praise the staff that are working for you in these difficult times. So I just want to emphasise the response that we're making as a council to the COVID crisis, and many of you will have noticed while we've been discussing the exec board minutes today that we've sent out another update report, and we're almost having to send out these reports on a daily basis. I just want to again thank all of the teams who are working with us to really deal with the situations that are unfolding still, and also, of course, to you as to all of the members again for the work that you're doing in the wards. I think what we've really understood in the last couple of weeks is just how important it is to get a clarification of the messaging, real clarity going out, repeating the messaging in every single forum that we have. So your support and help in this is absolutely crucial. One of the difficulties I think we've got is there has been confusion has come in over the summer, and many people, when they're asked, have not been clear about what has been expected and what the different guidance has meant, what the different rules has meant. which has led to further restrictions coming in this week. And I think, you know, it's a big change happened on Monday with the rule of 6. The fact that it's now set in law. And I think that that really does bring a really different set of circumstances. Clearly, the police are concerned about their capacity around enforcing the law. But I think what we can all do is make sure that everyone knows what the rules actually are. And most importantly, to get across the message that everyone's individual actions in this actually do make a difference. And the most effective way of stopping the spread of the virus is for everyone to follow the simple messages about keeping distance, wearing face coverings where appropriate, hand washing, and social self-isolation when you find out that you've been in contact with someone who has tested positive. We continue to put pressure on the government to give additional support to people who need to self-isolate. It's a very difficult thing to do in the first place, but if you're in a position where your wages stop, if you're not working and you don't have that support, you don't have access to getting the necessary food, that all adds to the difficulties that people are facing. And I think we all know that the numbers following the self-isolation model are not high enough. And that's why one of the reasons why we're continuing to press at every single opportunity that the government really has to wake up to the fact that centrally controlled processes just are not working and have not worked right from the beginning, whether it's provision of PPE, around testing, and now around tracing. And we know we've got great expertise in our public health teams, our environmental health teams, and we need the government to really help us to grow that capacity and not to give more and more millions of pounds to private companies that really have failed in their endeavour. I hope that now is being recognised by governments, and they will listen to the many voices from across the health sector as well as the local government sector that the response needs to be local. I'm very grateful, as Thomas said, we've had some really excellent meetings with partners across the city, our university colleagues, our colleges, voluntary and community sector, businesses who all recognise the work that we're doing to get the messages out and want to work with us to make sure that we have a citywide approach to this and really do everything that we can to keep the numbers down. But we are seeing the numbers increasing along with all areas of the country. And as Tom said, the real concern is what's happening in the health sector, and the starting to see an increase in numbers of people being admitted into hospital, the increase in numbers of people in intensive care, for example. It's not anything any of us want to see. So vigilance is the message, and we all have a responsibility to get that out. So it was really helpful to hear the update from the health and wellbeing sector, and obviously the two reports that were discussed were very important reports in terms of setting out the strategy and what we have to do, and building resilience in our health, in the health of our population is at the centre of that. We have to ask the question around why the government chose this moment to disband Public Health England, and what is the thinking behind that, because what trying to deflect, I think, some of the failures around national policy. What they seem to have failed to understand is Public Health England has an incredibly important role in terms of preventative measures, which is so important. And as has been mentioned today, tackling obesity, for example, and all of the measures that we know will help people who are more vulnerable to serious consequences if they do get infected. We must work together to make sure that our public health response in that area is not diminished at all, and government should be working on how we can actually grow the work that we do in those areas to help our public respond. Councillor Mulherring gave a full response to the measures in her portfolio, and I just want to remind everyone why we've got the money that we're spending at the moment, and that is because of the failure of government to fund our mass transit systems over the last probably almost 20 years now. I want to reassure everyone on council that I'm talking actively to Grant Shapps, the Secretary of State for Transport, and he repeatedly has recognised that a city of the scale and size and importance of Leeds within its wider region really does need the investment into mass transit. So that is a huge part of work that is also being undertaken. But of course, looking at other cities around that do have tram systems, for example, the impact of COVID on them has been dire in the same way that public transport and trains and buses has been affected as well. So really, you know, the government does need to keep working with us to make sure that we help rebuild the confidence of people to use our public transport systems for all the reasons that have been discussed today. And many of the contributions really have highlighted just how important the accessibility to public transport actually is, particularly around the public health message. So a huge amount of work to do there. But again, Lord Mayor, in conclusion, if I could just thank everyone for the work that they're doing, and to reassure people on the transport funding, I have asked if they'll extend the period of time as well for the money to be spent in light of the COVID situation. So huge amount of work to be done, and thank you everyone for what you're doing so far.
Thank you. We'll now go for a short break.
No, we've got to vote on the motion.
Sorry.
Vote on the motion to receive the minutes.
We are now ready to vote on the motion to receive the minutes. Again, all those against are abstaining, please speak out. All members in favour? That's been carried. We'll now go for a break for 50 minutes. We're back here at 4:30. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. Ready, Lord Mayor?
Yes. Ready? Hello, everyone. Are we back? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, back.
Hello. Yes.
Thank you. We'll just move on to the white papers. And each white papers won't last more than 30 minutes maximum. But before we do start, can I just remind members, as I did at the previous remote council meeting, I'm going to invite whips to vote on the behalf of their groups. If any members wish to cast their vote differently, then please let me know by after your whip spoken. If a recorded vote is requested in the procedure with CPR 16.4, I will propose to manage the vote in the same way, and how a member voted will be recorded in the minutes. Is that clear? Okay, we move on to the white paper. Item 9, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This white paper that I'm proposing today doesn't seek to call on others to take action here in Leeds, but rather its purpose is that this city council steps up. You might almost say it's action for Leeds taken here in Leeds. And its purpose is to not just help save our local economy and help secure jobs, but also to secure the future of our city and particularly the city centre. We know that footfall has fallen in the city centre, down by anywhere between 25 and 40%. And I'm sure that all of us want to encourage people to return to work and go out and enjoy themselves safely. However, what we need to do is make sure we take measures as a city council to encourage people to enjoy themselves and get back to work safely. The Eat Out to Help Out scheme has helped and secured nearly 900,000 meals that the taxpayers helping to contribute towards in this city. However, that alone isn't going to be the way that we support the hospitality sector, and it is now time for us to take some action as a council. I wish to thank and put on record my thanks to the businesses, the market traders, the residents of Leeds who've offered some support, some advice or suggestions on what the City Council could do, and I've taken them on board in what we're proposing today. And what I'm suggesting are 3 very simple steps that can have a big impact on the actions here in Leeds. The first one is to implement a one-off discretionary grant for those who have missed out on discretionary grants. The second, to reintroduce free parking in the city centre in the run-up to Christmas and hopefully across this city. And the third is to have a local version of the national timeout, which is essentially a 9-month rent holiday. Implementing the one-off grant is something that we already have the measures in place to do. We have the officers, we have the systems, and we have processes in place. We know that there has been discretionary grant figures available, and we know that some people have missed out. Now is the time for the council to step up and help those who have missed out. In terms of our parking charges, this is within the gift of the City Council. This is something that we could take action on tomorrow and help the residents of Leeds with tomorrow. It is welcome that NHS staff and key workers are going to continue to get free parking in the city centre. However, we need to help more people and do even more. And the council controls that lever. And it is a lever that can have a big economic impact on the businesses in this city, particularly when you consider that there will be no German market and we are trying to improve and increase the safe footfall in the city centre. On the national timeout scheme, this is something that's been called for from bosses from large chains such as Burger King, D&D London, Oaxaca. There are a number of them have come together and proposed something that will cost the taxpayer nothing. What it does is it works towards making sure that there is a bounce back for people and helps the hospitality, the leisure industry and the retail sector. And it gives them 9 months rent free that essentially bolts on at the end of their term. Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm at time there. Yes. I will finish by saying that we are responsible for our own future in Leeds. Leeds has the chance to step up and help ourselves rather than ask somebody else for a help out. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I formally have pleasure in seconding and reserve the right to speak, which I wish to exercise, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn to move amendment.
Sorry about that. Difficulty unmuting myself. Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I saw the Conservative motion, I thought this is a bit picky. Yes, there are people who've been missed out. Yes, there are things we can do. But the thing is if you'd have sat here 12 months ago and said Leeds City Council was going to do what it's done and central government was going to do what they've done over the last few months, you would have said they were mad. I think in the next debate, when we discuss basic income, which noticeably it appears the Conservatives will not be supporting, there you have one of the answers to some of the problems that have been caused over the last few months. And the need for some schemes wouldn't have been necessary. But we are. Anyway, that's for that debate. But basically, it's become clear to me, one of the great problems that we have is where we're all supposed to be working from home, or those that can, the number of people that can't. And it isn't because of lack of resources. It isn't because they necessarily live in a deprived area. It's the geography of where they live. And I've got to say, in fairness to the council, I think the council has tried its best to do things about this, but it is basically the people who in the industry. And the thing is, some pressure's got to be brought to bear. I have an whole area of my ward where it is difficult. In fact, if this had have happened 12, 18 months ago, probably I won't be speaking. Well, some of you might think that's a good idea, but probably most of you wouldn't be me, because basically we'd have been having trouble getting the line, because mine was improved something like 12 to 18 months ago, and it's been a lot better since. But the fact is, there are areas, and as I say, some of them are not deprived areas. They're on edge of city, and people are not being able to work from home. And if this is going to carry on, what we have to do is we have to do something about that. So my amendment is to do something practical. Let's approach the government and ask the government to put pressure on the broadband companies so that people who want to work from home can do. I move my amendment. Thank you, Loma.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In June this year, Openreach announced that more than 100,000 homes and businesses in and around Leeds can now access some of the fastest, most reliable broadband anywhere in the UK. Well, as Councillor Blackburn has already indicated, that will be news to some of the residents in my ward and doubtless others throughout the city, including some fellow elected members who are in this meeting, whose experiences with online working have been anything but fast and reliable. While some residents have fibre optic broadband available and therefore fast connectivity, others don't. Many people have complained over the years to their providers only to be told that the upgrade will be happening, but I now know some have been told that there were no plans for early upgrading at all. And in some areas, there is a complete loss of broadband for whole weeks for some of my residents. Not only is having a slow broadband speed frustrating, it can also have a major impact on our lives that are increasingly reliant on digital connectivity. I've heard many different stories of how this is affecting lives, from people having to curtail their children's online learning so that there is enough bandwidth for them to conduct their business or work online. Also, the concerns of a foster carer for their looked after young person who now needs to access 15 hours a week of their learning online, but may not be able to do so. This is an equality issue. The poor quality of infrastructural provision will be negatively impacting outcomes for business, learning and health in some parts of the city. So I hope that the residents of Armley, Chapeltown, Headingley, Moortown, Collingham, Hare Hills, Morley, Pudsey and Horsforth are aware of how lucky they are. Those are the areas that Openreach were referring to in the 100,000 homes. My Lord Mayor, we hear about the great ambitions for Leeds Fibre City, for 100% digital Leeds and the Digital Festival in a couple of weeks' time. And we hear of the government's commitment with funding in the billions to roll out gigabit capable broadband for everyone. So what we need now is joined up thinking and the commitment for the government and councils to work quickly together with the providers in this changed world to ensure that our ways of living and working do not leave some behind. Working from home had already started for many businesses and organizations prior to the coronavirus crisis, but this has now exposed a problem that needs fixing very urgently. So in supporting this amendment, I make particular reference to the last sentence, hoping that with joined up working, these improvements are made by providers in super fast time to provide the super fast broadband everyone in Leeds needs. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to be moving this amendment. There is a much wider area where the council has supported people and supported businesses that has been overlooked by quite a narrow Conservative white paper, far beyond the discretionary grant fund. The support to help people get back into work, for example, one example is the new adult learning programmes that have been launched, allowing those who may have lost their job through COVID to retrain. Providing adults with the chance to improve and learn new skills remains a top priority for the council. Or another example would be the new Employment and Skills project, providing mental health support to vulnerable young people across Leeds and Bradford. This is a £1.45 million investment to help young people who are facing barriers associated with mental ill health to access education, training and employment. In terms of small businesses, additional funding has been secured for the Adventure programme that will allow the Leeds Library Service to deliver enhanced support to start-up and young businesses. And then Kirkgate Market, for example, where we've seen increased support to market traders. The council has provided support on rent with discounts ranging from 25 to 100% to reflect the impact of restrictions on trading. But to talk specifically about the discretionary grant fund, I'm happy to update council that as of this morning, we've assisted 543 businesses at a total value of £5,087,209.91. We could pay out the full 7.8 million if the government cooperate with the council and allow us a few more weeks to process further applications. But sadly, right now, the government seem intent on clawing back some of that money from Leeds. And while some of the actions Councillor Robinson suggests could be beneficial, sadly, what is suggested is either in the gift of government rather than the council, or Councillor Robinson simply hasn't given suggestions of how we might afford them, particularly given the fact that the Conservative government have literally taken hundreds of millions of pounds away from Leeds. So, you know, all new suggestions are great, but when the government is still cutting money and not paying for what COVID has cost the city, it's not clear how Councillor Robinson proposes we do these things. This has not been an easy time for anyone, but we have pulled together as a city to get through it. What we need now is for government to step up to their promise of doing whatever it takes rather than performing yet another U-turn. And that means that we as a city can continue to do more for the people of Leeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall-Cochrane to second.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I second the amendment from Councillor Pryor. It is important to be absolutely clear that the local authority discretionary grant funds came into existence after councils and businesses representative groups made the case to the government that such support was an absolute necessity. Officers from Leeds attended a number of briefing sessions held by the government officials where it was confirmed the scheme was aimed at businesses with high fixed property costs and not home-based businesses, as other support was available for them. We worked really hard with West Yorkshire authorities and core cities to design the Leeds discretionary fund to balance demand for assistance with the funds available. We also took the decision not to prioritize the groups identified by government, but instead, we opened the scheme from day one to all sectors who met the criteria. We received 1,267 applications for assistance. Late in July, the government announced that the scheme would close on the 28th of August. We immediately wrote to the government asking that payments be allowed to be made until the end of October. They only agreed to the end of September. With so many of our officers working relentlessly since March, We had to reduce our capacity over the summer, and processing of applications was greatly reduced. Our priority is now to process as many grants as possible in the time we have left. We expect that by the end of September, we would have processed at least £6 million of payments and supported around 600 businesses. There is no question that if we had been given more time, we could have opened the scheme up more widely and processed more payments. As we have been contacted by a number of home-based businesses about the lack of support that they have received from this government, we again contacted officials to see what assistance was available or if more time could be given. As of the 8th of September, the advice is that the government have no further plans for business grants. We have had confirmation from Bristol, from Manchester, and from Sheffield that they have not been able to support home-based businesses through their grants. Newcastle are only supporting these businesses who could evidence that they had a commercial property within Newcastle or around the 11th of March that was outside their home residence. In Leeds, we have applied our discretion to support more businesses in the same set of circumstances. My Lord Mayor, I am not normally cross, but I am on this occasion, and please, the opposition just need to simply stop pointing fingers and actually take some action that may result in the help coming from the Conservative government that is needed by the people of Leeds who have elected us to serve. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Goldson.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I have been very lucky in that I've had the officers that have put together the business support grant scheme briefing me, and they were very assiduous in doing it because I had expressed my own reservations about the effective access to these schemes by the broad range of businesses that needed help, and how too many of them weren't covered by the government's own criteria, and therefore the discretionary scheme needed to be have maximum accessibility. So I can appreciate the frustration that comes from the Conservatives' white paper in terms of the people who they want to help, who are their constituents, because they're in every ward around the city, who feel that they've been discriminated against because they haven't been able to access even the discretionary scheme because it goes against the whole phraseology and has its own restrictions. However, I do recognise that the council was also trying, through putting those restrictions in the discretionary scheme, that they were trying to make sure that as many people as possible got access to the scheme, and it wasn't just first come, first served, and then people lost out afterwards. It is evident that we have money left over, as do many other local authorities, and that money could be extended to further range of businesses. But of course, what's been pointed out today is that it is dependent upon the government being willing to have that money available for local authorities to be that bit more flexible and to make the discretionary scheme even more discretionary. And what is not included in the Conservatives' motion here is any understanding of how you would pay for the scheme without that commensurate government flexibility to give us the money to distribute in the first place, because the council isn't exactly awash with money. And if the council is in a exposed position because its income generation has been affected by the COVID emergency as well, then it would seem pretty ironic to the government, who is supposedly compensating the council for its loss of income, if the council was to proactively give up a very large element of that income that they receive through car parking. So I think that conversation needs to be had with government, that they wouldn't punish the council for the giving up of that income in the hope that it would actually increase footfall within our town and district centres. And then when it comes to the National Time Out scheme, once again, I was really hoping that Councillor Robinson would be emphasising how we could do a local version of that and where the money would come from to help it to happen. And Councillor Carter has yet to speak, and I'm really hoping that he's going to actually give us the money behind the schemes that he's putting forward, because I really do want to support a motion which says we can do things in Leeds and we shouldn't always rely on the government to do things for us. On the other hand, we have much less money in Leeds at the moment. So let's see the money, Councillor Carter.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to make the point first to the Chief Executive of thanking officers for their commitment during lockdown, many of whom have gone well above and beyond the call of duty, and particularly with regards to the discretionary grant. I welcome the acknowledgement that this government has made unprecedented efforts to support business, but I do think it's now time for this council to do its bit. Earlier this month, the Evening Post ran a headline that Leeds City Centre is the jewel in our crown, and that pretty much says it all. At that time, footfall was about half pre-COVID figures, and the Leeds bid team at that stage hoped that the return to school would signal a return by shoppers. Bearing in mind our economy is driven by consumer spending, and we must do all we can to boost confidence. So how are we getting on? The Independent Centre for Cities uses a high street tracker that compares high street activity across the UK. Their latest data shows that Leeds are 5th from bottom of the biggest 63 cities and large towns in the country. That's just not good enough, and this administration must do more. Reintroducing car park charges in the run-up to Christmas is short-sighted and sends entirely the wrong message. It's all about consumer confidence and attracting people back into the city centre, and that means getting people back to work while ensuring it's safe to do so. And this council should be showing and leading by example. I find Labour's suggested amendment a bit rich. To say this council is on course to allocate 6.4 million of the government's discretionary business support grant by the end of this month, and is asking for yet another extension. Conveniently forgetting to mention that this means nearly 1.5 million intended to support businesses in Leeds will be handed back to the government. And we'll only allocate this amount because the administration has had to go back to the businesses help in the first phase to double the amount paid the first time round. Bearing in mind, it was this Conservative group that asked for an extension of the first phase. Lord Mayor, the clue is in the title. These payments are entirely at the discretion of the council, but due to a combination of far too complex criteria, despite our many warnings about this, and a failure to provide sufficient officer capacity, we have failed hundreds and perhaps thousands of struggling businesses in the city. It's completely unacceptable. Despite what Abigail said, I do hope that the administration will not make the same mistakes with the new business support scheme. Many of our businesses are forced to close down during local lockdowns. It's currently being trialled in Lancashire and may well be available here. Otherwise, there may be no city centre to come back to. I agree with everything that Matthew said, and I commend this white paper. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Robinson's motion. I don't think there's a meeting I've ever been to in this council in 13 years where someone hasn't suggested the government should give more money for something. The problem is, where does the money come from? It comes from businesses, entrepreneurs, people that are willing to take risks, that are willing to put their lives on hold, put in 80 and 90-hour weeks, week after week, to employ people, to make things, to sell services, to deliver goods, to manufacture things. They're the people that generate the tax income. That means we have something to spend on services. That means the council can have money, and we neglect those businesses at our peril. Lord Mayor, believe me when I say to you, I know only too well how hard it's been to run a business in this city for the last 6 months or so, and how hard it's going to be for the foreseeable future. It is tough out there. The support from government has been incredibly welcome, and many of us wouldn't have got this far without it. I have to say, the council were very speedy at administering grants early on for those with business rate grants, but what Abigail and others have failed to mention is we warned the council months ago that the scheme they were administering for discretionary grants was too cumbersome and the thresholds they were setting were far too high. Others have asked, how would we pay for the national timeout scheme? Well, let me tell you how that works. It's disappointing that no one in the executive or Councillor Galton have bothered to research it and see how it works, because the truth is it doesn't need to cost anybody anything. It's quite a simple premise. You simply add 9 months to people's lease. It's something the council could do. It would simply mean a bit of cash flow management. You add 9 months to the end of the lease, which means people don't pay anything for 9 months now, and it buys people time. Trust me, businesses will adapt with time. Cash flow is king for them. If they can get through, have some time to think and adapt to their businesses, they will make them work. They'll keep creating jobs in our city, and they will keep the economy moving and generating the taxes that we need to get the economy going. The suggestions from Councillor Robinson are incredibly helpful. They're things the council can and should do right now that wouldn't cost the taxpayer of Leeds a penny. So we should be backing business in this city. Yes, the training and support is welcome, but you need to give the businesses time and space to breathe, to think, to be able to develop and adapt what they do. We neglect them at our peril, and Lord Mayor, I wholeheartedly support the white paper in the name of Councillor Robinson. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, I'd like to come in now, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, Councillor Robinson has moved a very measured and sensible white paper. We need to just go back to when this discretionary fund was first discussed and what our conditions would be. And I'm very thankful that officers did indeed consult me on a regular basis. And I pointed out when they first came to me, indicating fixed property costs of £10,000 a year would apply if you qualified for the grant. I warned them then that was ridiculously high, and what would happen. They reduced it at my request to 8,000, which still was not a reduction enough. The result was that our scheme was far more prescriptive than other council schemes, to the extent that they had to revise their own scheme when they weren't giving enough grants out to reduce the fixed property costs by even more. This is a wholly self-inflicted wound. And just for once, and never mind the finger pointing, but just for once, can this Labour administration own up to the fact that it too can make mistakes? And it's made a massive mistake here, which will result in money being handed back to the government. And it was not necessary. They are now running around topping up grants they've already given to try and give some respectability to the total money that they give out. This is in itself precluding other people from getting a grant. Every time we hear somebody speak from the controlling group, they have to blame somebody, usually the government, sometimes us, sometimes the officers, for their own mistakes. The art of leadership is to own up when you've made a mistake, and you've made a mistake here. A few minutes ago, we heard the Leader of Council mention mass transit and referred to the fact we haven't got one as government failure. Short memory again. Actually, it was the mess they made of the public inquiry that lost us the last mass transit deal. But here we go again. Blame everybody else except yourselves. But the people who've lost out are a number of very small businesses who in other authorities have been helped because their schemes were more flexible and you were warned. And finally, can I tell you, it was my intervention at your request that extended the period of payment from the end of August to the end of September, when I contacted Robert Jenrick and then the Treasury and asked them to extend it to the end of September. You then went even further and made yourselves look very foolish into the bargain. Not a good way to negotiate. As regards to the costs, Councillor Lamb has very adequately explained the time out costings. Yep, on taxes, if we can't find a few £100,000 for Christmas out of a budget like ours, it's a very poor job.
Can I now call on Councillor Robinson to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers that are there. I particularly want to thank Councillor Lamb for jumping in. I didn't get enough time when proposing to go through the costs, so hopefully that speaks to Councillor Galton's concerns. And what you've heard today is that business can adapt and will adapt if they are given the space to adapt. And this is, as has been said by Councillor Carter, it's very measured, it's very sensible. We aren't proposing anything that's going to put Leeds in a difficult position beyond this period. We are trying to do things that will get us through this period. In terms of the amendments that have been suggested, there is a delicious irony, David, to suggesting writing a letter about helping improve broadband. I think that there is something to be worked on about broadband. You will see that I asked a question about broadband today, and if you wish to, I'm happy to work on a cross-party white paper about digital access with you. But these are immediate actions that will help our city centre and help retail more than broadband necessarily will, and helping people improve shopping from home. The Labour amendment, if backed today, is tacit consent that we're quite happy to give back at least 1.5 million to the Treasury. I welcome what the officers have done to try and help support businesses, and I welcome their efforts to try and get money out the door. However, at a time when we are supposed to be championing a Devo deal and saying that we can make more of our own decisions in West Yorkshire, we are handing a cheque back to the Treasury. They must be wondering just what is going on here in Leeds. And I've heard other speakers today talk about the challenges for low earners. If you are a low earner, going into the city centre and paying to park can almost wipe out a large section of your earnings. This is a way of helping some of the lowest earners, helping retain jobs in the city centre, people who work in the hospitality industry, and helping to make sure that there's a way through this awful pandemic, and we're a way through and a way after coronavirus. Clearly what has happened here, and I am bemused as to why Councillor Lewis, Councillor Blake, Councillor Mulheron and others have not spoken, because there has been an absence of leadership here. The leader of council is the member for the economy and has said nothing in today's debate about this, about how we improve our economy. These are decisions that can be taken in Leeds, they can be delivered very quickly, and they can make a huge impact for lots of people. Lord Mayor, these are cost neutral in many ways. They will have a saving for the council in the long term when we see business rates come in. And to be quite honest, it's enough talking. It's time now to do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll call for the vote. We now call for the vote and the amendment in the name of Councillor David Blackburn. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Doss, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat group of 4.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
MBI group's abstaining.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
GSI against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
That's last. I'll now call for the second amendment in the name of Councillor Pryor. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat group of 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
MBI group abstains, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
GS and I against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
That's been carried. We call on this substantive motion. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for. The Liberal Democrats are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
MBI's abstain.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
GSI against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Oh, Lord Mayor.
The substantive motion in the name of Councillor Pryor has been carried. We'll now move on to item 10, the white paper in the name of Councillor Bentley. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Universal basic income is a huge subject, and we have a short time to talk about it. We have put a lot of narrative in the white paper, so I'm hoping people will have read that so they will understand where we're coming from. So I just want to go through a few thoughts. And when the renowned liberal economist and social reformer William Beveridge wrote his now famous report at the end of the Second World War, he identified what he called the 5 giant evils in society: 1, ignorance, squalor, idleness, and disease. And with Beveridge's vision and the courage and commitment of the post-war Attlee government, these so-called evils were addressed full on. The implementation of the 1944 Education Act, 1946 National Insurance Act, the 1948 National Assistance Act, and of course, the creation of the National Health Service. They were the foundations laid down by Beveridge and Attlee for the modern welfare state. The National Health Service provided free access to medical treatment and disease prevention, and as a result, the nation became healthier, life expectancy increased, child mortality reduced, and previous killer diseases became treatable. The 1944 Education Act ensured free schooling for all children from the age of 5 through to 18. Educational attainment and social mobility improved. And of course, this wasn't just a philanthropic gesture. Beveridge's proposals had a hard economic purpose. A healthy, educated population is better able to drive growth in the economy, increase productivity, and deal with the challenges presented by a changing world. So, Lord Mayor, what's this got to do with the universal basic income? Well, the significant feature of the NHS and our education system, and a feature that we guard passionately, is that they are universal benefits, available to rich and poor, no barriers, no ifs, no buts, no overly complex applications, no punitive sanctions. And therefore, there's a huge take-up, which is good for the individual and for society in general. But we don't take that same approach to financial security. It's widely agreed that the first duty of government is the security of its citizens, but this must include income security to ensure that citizens' basic needs are met so that all can participate in the social, cultural, and public life of the nation. Poverty is the enemy of ambition and fulfillment. Poverty is the driver of divided societies. The current social security system is complex, unjust, and punitive. It fails to protect the most vulnerable. A universal basic income could be this generation's NHS. I move the white paper, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. At the end of January this year, Guy Standing, a world-renowned expert and proponent of universal basic income, spoke in our council chamber at an event organised by UBI Lab Leeds. And in case there's any confusion, lab in the name stands for laboratory, as they advocate for UBI pilot schemes to test how a regular basic income for everyone could work. There are supporters of basic income from right across the political spectrum who provide a variety of arguments that I do not have time to expand on here. The opponents of a basic income cite a variety of reasons for being against it. Some of these objections remind us of those voices who were heard against unemployment, family, and other benefits that we now take for granted. So that something for nothing and we can't afford it arguments must be irrelevant now. In answer to the objection, why give a basic income for those who do not need it? The personal allowance and tax system could be adjusted and simplified so that those on higher incomes do not benefit overall. I would argue that this initiative will benefit women most, especially those who are unpaid carers, in giving a level of financial independence and security they currently may not have. Significantly, pilots in other parts of the world have shown that a basic income can allow women who are to leave abusive relationships when they know they will have some financial security going forward. Some opponents argue that a basic income would reduce work and encourage laziness. Well, the pilots that have gone so far have found that the exact opposite is the case. They've also found that recipients of a basic income have an improved level of mental health. So this is about options, choices, and dignity for individuals as part of growing a strong green economy and a fairer society. A basic income wouldn't mean that there's no longer a need for a minimum wage, and quite the opposite, and it would not replace the welfare state, but it would allow it to be simplified. Far from saying that we can't afford it, we must be thinking we must afford it, as it really is a simple, sensible response for the newly resetting world that we find ourselves in. We're dealing with two crises at the moment, and yes, the pandemic is of necessity the most immediate. But we can choose to opt for a truly green economic recovery and make a universal basic income a part of that recovery. I would have liked to have expanded on this, but of course, time doesn't allow us here. I was honoured to be a speaker at the UBI event in January, a time that seems a world away now. Whilst UBI was already being discussed then as a significant element in a new Green Deal response to climate change, coronavirus has made a universal basic income not just desirable, but vital now. Cities such as Leeds should be leading the way with UBI pilot schemes.
Councillor Forsyth.
I'm pleased to second this white paper motion proposed by Councillor Bentley. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in moving this amendment, I have to say that I sometimes despair of the Liberal Democrats and what they actually come up with in these matters. And Councillor Bentley's ramble through the post-war history of Britain was interesting, but perhaps not a matter for today. And I have to say, if Enid Blyton had written this Lib Dem white paper motion, she would probably have called it Liberals Go Loony in Lockdown. The Lib Dems surely have finally lost all contact with reality with this. And just to get down to some expert thinking on it, we have to remind ourselves what the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, of all people, have actually said about universal basic income. And I quote, they say, the central problem is that advocates of UBI either unconsciously or willfully fail to acknowledge that the current system is designed to provide specific payments for people in specific circumstances. For example, caring costs, disability, high housing costs, high childcare costs, and so on. If you sweep all that away, they say, you either have to go up, giving a massive boost to people without these needs at a huge cost, or you create a fall in income for those with them. Neither is remotely acceptable in the real world, and child poverty actually rises by 60%, end of quote. Now, the white paper motion calls for a letter to the government, of course, that goes without saying, they always do, and goodness knows how much extra spending. Now, say what you like about the position that the government are in at the moment, and believe me, I've said plenty, but not spending enough cannot be a credible criticism. Let's just list a few of the things that the government have been doing this last 5-6 months. The £350 billion in loans and grants, the £2 billion kickstart scheme for 16 to 24-year-olds on universal credit, £2 billion Green Homes grant scheme, the huge furlough scheme, £1.6 billion on training and apprenticeships, £8.8 billion, as we say in our amendments, investment in infrastructure and decarbonisation. And the Lib Dems choose this moment to put forward what really is a pretty crackpot idea. And although Councillor Forth didn't actually admit it, she's using examples from the frozen wastes of Finland and a city in Brazil no one's even heard of in order to illustrate her example. And Councillor Bentley has suggested it could be temporary, then it could become permanent. Well, you know, he needs to make his mind up. And talking about liberalism as he did, he might have tabled the motion in favour of the little man, small state, low taxation. One final sentence, if I may, Lord Mayor, and he might remember this used to be called liberalism. This is not credible, Lord Mayor, and I really think this is not the time to go along this route. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Second, reserve the right to speak, which I would like to take.
Councillor Cooper to move the second amendment.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I just want to say, firstly, in moving this amendment, that we did like some of what was in Councillor Bentley's white paper, I have to say. Unlike Councillor Buckley there, and I think needs to check up an old saying, including cat and kettle. But anyway, we've tried to amend the white paper sympathetically, Councillor Bentley. The amendment addresses the dire financial situation many individuals and families have been thrust into because of the incompetence of this Conservative government. We have heard much about the difficult impact of COVID-19 this afternoon already. Just last week, a proposal to extend the furlough scheme was put forward, and yet Boris Johnson has refused to accept this. I fear, along with many others, that this will lead to a horrifying increase of unemployment. As we know, with this Conservative government, profit and money is prioritised over the welfare of people, as has been shown over more than a decade of broken promises and austerity. The latest figures show the horrifying extent of the unemployment rate across the country. Between May and July, the unemployment rate stood at 4.1%, 1.4 million people. Nationally, 2.7 million people were claiming benefits in August, up by 1.5 million in comparison to March this year. We've seen the numbers ourselves in Leeds. We now have 67,000 people claiming universal credit, an increase of 99%. My Lord Mayor, this is truly shocking. Colleagues, we need to remember that each of these statistics is a person or a family who have had their lives turned upside down. Most were in work prior to the pandemic, and now many are redundant or find themselves with no work and no security of income. In my own ward, I have come across many examples of both parents losing their jobs and finding themselves in the system, asking for charitable assistance while waiting for their universal credit claim to be decided. The benefit system simply cannot continue the way it is. Surely the government can see that now. What we need is some security in people's income, as we have enough uncertainty on health at the moment. Thankfully, we have some truly remarkable services throughout the city who remain dedicated to supporting those in need. More than ever, we have seen examples of this throughout the last 6 months. Therefore, if we are to continue in our ambition to tackle poverty and reduce inequality across the city, a pilot scheme of universal basic income in Leeds is a real option. However, it needs to be fully funded by the government, and it is vital that the current services we provide to those who are vulnerable are not forgotten. As always, Lord Mayor, we will work together with people as our #1 priority, ensuring that we continue to reduce poverty in our city.
Thank you.
Well done, Debbie, well done.
Councillor Scope.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I also welcome this white paper being brought to full council. It seems to me that the paper split into two sections, and I will deal with them that way. The first section is about the complete failure of an underfunded welfare system to protect the most vulnerable in society. Universal credit has brought much damage to the relationship between the individual and the state, and the sensible aim of simplifying a complex system has been turned into a draconian sanction-based cost-cutting project. And unfortunately, I've seen this many times in my own ward. Given the additional strain the COVID-19 crisis is putting on the system, it must be obvious to the majority sat in this virtual chamber that if we want better for our residents, something needs to change. We must demand more. The government needs to step up to the challenges we face rather than being completely distracted by internal bickering. Or it needs to give local government the powers and the financial firepower to step into that void. The second part of this white paper offers a way forward, and I cannot imagine a better place for an England-based trial than the great city of Leeds, a large and diverse city. The council, unfortunately, but clearly doesn't have the funds for such a trial, but we would welcome one. That is absolutely clear. I don't believe UBI is the silver bullet to end poverty, but it could be one of a variety of steps to a brighter future where poverty isn't something we see every day in our city, which I assume everyone in this chamber, virtual chamber, wants to see. That is why our amendment specifically gives a tangible next step, and why I'd ask all members to support our amendment. We have to remember that some of the most vulnerable individuals would still continue to need support, as already been stated, and we must not take that away. We know it would need to be done in a careful and thought through process. But I have no doubt in Leeds, we would be able to approach this in the right manner, in a collaborative manner, in a manner we approach everything as a compassionate city. When I talk to residents in my ward, I believe there is a desire for a radical change to how the system works. And let's get an evidence-based pilot in Leeds to find the way forwards. Finally, to those skeptics, let me recommend a book. This is Utopia for Realists. It's not a fantasy, it's something that is possible. I am delighted to second this amendment, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on White Paper 2 and the issue of universal basic income. Many years ago, I campaigned against an ecology party, later to be renamed the Green Party candidate Clive Lord, and indeed is well known to my Green Party colleagues. Back in the 80s, Clive proposed and wrote a long thesis about a universal basic income policy, an interesting and fascinating document which ultimately became Green Party policy. Clive was wrong then, and he remains wrong now, despite the allure such a policy appears to offer to many. But don't take my view on this. Consider the views of Helsinki University, who analysed the introduction of a similar scheme in Finland, the only European country to pilot such a scheme. Professor Heikki Hilamo commented that the impact on the labour market was negligible, and any suggestion that the scheme had a positive impact on subjective well-being was also unproven. The analysis showed that the introduction of such a programme did not raise incomes or improve incentives to work. The report's view was that outdated skills and health issues were more important factors than financial incentives. My own view, after 30 years as a welfare rights worker, is that an improved minimum wage, support for retraining, better affordable childcare, providing the skills required to improve employability, along with an increased tax threshold, are what works best in reducing levels of income inequality, not the introduction of a scheme that appears to have failed in one of the most progressive countries in Europe. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Almas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Universal credit, my Lord Mayor, representing parts of one of the most deprived neighborhoods in the country, I know precisely what a lackluster system it is, plunging many further into depths of poverty with seemingly no empathy from the government to those that do. Many forget that these are the real people behind the numbers that depict those claiming universal credit. Official DWP data in Leeds revealed that in February 2020, pre-pandemic, more than 33,700 people citywide were claiming universal credit. However, by July, which is the latest figures available, this increased to 67,000 plus people, an increase, may I just reiterate, of 99%. Now let that sink in. 67,000 plus people who needed additional support just to provide for their own lives and some for their families too. We know the previous problems that are long-standing surrounding sanctions and delays to payments. The impact that this had on a lot of people when this happened was bad enough before you even consider a worldwide pandemic. The additional mental health and well-being strain due to the pandemic in an already stressful situation is especially worrying for a lot of these individuals. Fortunately, as a city, we have an amazing team who have worked tirelessly to ensure where possible we have been able to provide reassurance support to those who need it. And helping, let's not forget, helping over 39,000 families 39,000 families from March to August alone. We recognize that a delayed payment could be difference between able to eat and with the added uncertainty of global pandemic, making it harder for people to ask for help they so desperately need. My Lord Mayor, it is just a shame, but sadly not surprising the government are so keen to move on that and feel that businesses and money making should come ahead of the welfare of citizens. I am so glad that a city, we work hard to ensure this never happens. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Garthwaite. Councillor Garthwaite.
Sorry, just unmuting myself. My Lord Mayor, I too am speaking in favour of the Labour amendment. As Councillor Cooper said, the government's voted against extending the furlough scheme, and that is the focus of my speech. Because once the scheme finishes, even more people could be facing redundancy and perhaps have to claim universal credit. I mean, how many more people does the government wish to inflict that on? Going back to work isn't a simple flick of the switch. Lots of companies won't be able to return to full business capacity or pay their staff because COVID's very much with us, we all know that. With cases rising again, Leeds needs to prioritise our residents' welfare. No one has experienced this situation before. We have to take a lot of care during recovery. And yet, the government insists on following this rigid timeline. Their response is almost robotic. Despite any changes nationwide, once a certain date is reached, that scheme ends, we move on to the next. But people are not tick boxes. Just because we've reached what the government thinks should be the end of the furlough scheme, from an ethical perspective, it doesn't mean we actually have reached the end. I mean, of course, people want to be back in the workplace. I do myself. I'd love to be back in the Civic Hall. But we all know personally, and as councillors, how we've had to adapt over the last 6 months. And as I said, not every organisation can introduce employees. And with the COVID situation as it is, once the plug is pulled on the furlough scheme, it's just really unfair, not to say immoral, and heartless, to leave companies stuck with having to penalise staff for something that's in no way the fault of either the employees or the business themselves. But then again, from what we've seen before and during the pandemic, it's not surprising when this government seeks to move the blame elsewhere, creating bad guys out of companies who perhaps cannot afford to bring staff back yet, and making people feel guilty for raising concern about their welfare. But at least I know that in Leeds, we always do prioritise our citizens. As councillors, we'll always work as hard as we can to ensure we go on doing this, no matter what may be thrown at us next. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I first associate myself with Councillor Bentley's praise for government fiscal intervention during the COVID pandemic, particularly innovative programmes such as the Job Retention Scheme, for which I know the Liberal Democrats claimed £178,000 in furlough cash, despite having so few councillors in Leeds that they very nearly qualify to meet under the infamous rule of 6, Lord Mayor. But on a serious point, I know Councillor Bentley takes these matters incredibly seriously and has a proud record expressing support for welfare programmes, however costly or bureaucratic. On the universal basic income, however, there is a notable lack of detail in this paper. In fairness to Councillor Bentley, he has at least offered an alternative idea to the existing welfare system, something we seldom hear from the usual anti-universal credit voices. But universal basic income is just that, an idea. When Milton Friedman floated his guaranteed income, he proposed the form of a negative income tax, which a means by which the wealthiest in society were not needlessly included in the provision of a basic state handout. There are many sound economic and societal reasons why the universal basic income should be consigned to the dustbin, but the principal reason should be that the form proposed in this white paper is not in itself universal. The Liberal Democrats would surely not propose that the billionaires who create jobs and growth in the UK, for which they take a pricey dividend, should be in receipt of a basic handout from the fist of the all-seeing, all-powerful big state. They would argue that universal basic income should in fact be not universal, that it should be targeted at those in need and then deducted from those without need. For if it were to be universal, Lord Mayor, it would be unaffordable. The Centre for Social Justice modelled that a universal basic income of £16,500 a year would cost the Exchequer over £900 billion. And as Councillor Buckley said, the impact on social mobility is dire. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation argues this would increase child poverty by over 60%. I know that this would not be Councillor Bentley's intent, but it would be the result. Those who support the basic income idea often point to trials or programmes in other states, yet the specifics are never comparable to the UK. I saw this myself when I worked briefly in Mongolia, where the government introduced a basic income delivered as a dividend to buy off support for Rio Tinto's access to the Mongolian state mineral reserves. Those who claim that the universal basic income fixes the ills of society will be troubled to see that it had little effect on the nomadic poor living in the spotted eastern Mongolian plains. All basic economic theory, practice, and history tells us that the universal basic income will fail to deliver its intended aims. Instead, it suppresses competition, benefits the wealthy, and damages social mobility. And Lord Mayor, it's for that reason that I second the amendment in the name of Councillor Buckley. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think if we wanted an illustration of why we need a study, a report, more going on, looking at universal basic income, this very short debate has provided that, because I purposely didn't go when I made my initial speech into a lot of detail of statistics and pilots, etc., because with all statistics, somebody can find something else. But it's about having the time, not 30 minutes with a 3-minute speech, but having the time to go and study it properly within the context of the UK and of Leeds. So just very briefly, because it is important that I go through what people said who've taken the time to contribute. So I thank Councillor Forsyth for her contribution, for her speech, and for her contribution to the wording of the white paper, and also for putting some details in about how it is affordable. I also thank Councillor Cooper for her, I'm going to say it, support. I know the administration always likes to change an opposition paper that they really agree with, so and we can live with that, and we'll take it as support. And I think Councillor Scopes' very measured approach, and I work with Councillor Scopes on the Corporate Governance and Audit Committee, and I know that he has analytical, measured intelligence about these issues, and I very much welcome his comments and his support that he expressed, because I have a great deal of respect for Councillor Scopes. The Tory amendment. Well, Councillor Buckley, talks about a ramble through history. Well, you know that expression about people who ignore history. We do have to learn lessons from that. And I'm not taking abuse from Councillor Buckley from a party that is opposed, been on the wrong side of history for every social and financial reform, from the 1911 Pensions Act to the 1998 Minimum Wage Act. They have been against everything, against every reform, unless it involves transferring money to rich people. And I will not take that. I mean, Councillor Buckley came up with his normal 3 minutes embarrassing rant. And who does that remind you of? Well, Councillor Buckley, the Councillor Hetzelwood of the Tory group. I think Councillor Stevenson was more measured, but again, it's about ignoring. Sorry, Lord Mayor, have I run out of time?
Yes, you have.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just very much thank everybody, and I will leave it there. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now call for the vote. We'll vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Buckley. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Conservative Group delighted to support Councillor Buckley's excellent amendments, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
NBI Group's against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That's been lost, sir. We'll call on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
NBI Group's against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
That's been carried. We'll go on the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group vote for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
NBI Group abstains, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Oh, Lord Mayor.
So that's been carried. We move to item 11, white paper and planning. Councillor Mulherin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The government white paper Planning for the Future claims to be designed to unblock house building and deliver sustainable communities. To do this, they intend to speed up and, in their words, simplify the planning process. To do this, they intend to create zones for growth, renewal and protection. The growth zones would be given automatic outline approval for planning permission, and the renewal zones would have a presumption in favour of development. August bodies like the REBA, Shelter and the LGA have all criticised these proposals. The government plans do not address the issues that we all recognise with the current planning system, but do undermine local community input and are an assault on local democracy. They do not address landowners and developers sitting on sites with planning permission, but not building them out, perhaps the biggest barrier to the delivery of the homes our communities need. They do not address major house builders' lack of interest in delivering truly affordable homes. The homes that, for instance, key workers like those caring for the most frail in our society need. When we discussed the government white paper at Development Plans panel just last week, Councillor Carter, leader of the Conservative group on this council, added his criticism of the proposals and called for cross-party working on the council response. I welcomed his contribution at that meeting, including his support for the introduction of a land value tax, and agreed to set up a cross-party subgroup of the Development Plans panel to help to shape the council response. Furthermore, a meeting has already been checked with his diary to do exactly that. How disappointing is it then that the Tory group have chosen not to work with us today on this matter? Not only have they ripped up the approach Councillor Carter promoted in DPP, but they put forward an amendment which claims our planning process is unlawful, besmirching the work of council officers. The Airborough judgment identified errors on the part of the government's planning inspectorate, not the council. The strategic plans adopted by this council over the last 10 years have all been found to be sound, sustainable and lawful by those government inspectors on each occasion. I am calling for members across council to join with me to defend the rights of our local communities to shape the future of their neighbourhoods, to defend our power as their locally elected councillors to develop policies here that are needed to deliver our ambitious carbon reduction targets by 2030, not the government's target of 2050, and our own local higher housing standards. I'm calling on members across council to urge the government to listen to our experience of what's wrong with the current planning system so that we can work through the LGA to improve the system, not perilously undermine it and create a free-for-all in great swathes of towns and cities. We want to see affordable housing built in sustainable communities with the right infrastructure to support those communities to thrive. The current government proposals will not achieve that. We should be working together to achieve this, and I'm sure that most councillors here will recognise that, and I urge you to support my white paper today.
Thank you. Councillor Walshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be seconding and reserving the right to speak, which I will be taking up, so look for me waving. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm moving an amendment to this white paper, and I have to say we were somewhat surprised at the subject matter the Labour group have chosen for this council. To quote Councillor Cooper directly from the last meeting, there's a global pandemic and you want to talk about planning, but we'll happily talk about it, Lord Mayor. We all have issues with the white paper proposed by the government, but it is a consultation. That's the point of a white paper. It's quite reasonable for everybody to express their strong views about it, and hopefully the government will take those on board. And I think we're perfectly willing to work cross-party on that. But Councillor Mulherrin knew full well when she put down this white paper, it was not designed to be collegiate. And I don't think there was any calls to our group to try and get a form of words that everybody could support. So let's put that nonsense to one side. You can't help but feel this is an attempt by Councillor Mulherrin to deflect attention from the damage she and her colleagues in the Labour group have done to communities across our city, not least the one she is supposed to represent. And to anyone who's watching this in Ardsley and Robin Hood, it would be worth remembering a few simple facts when Councillor Mulherrin tries to blame everyone but herself and her colleagues for the mess this city is in on planning. The housing problems we have in this city are made in Leeds. It was Councillor Mulherrin and her colleagues who set the house numbers so high, far against the advice and urging of every other group in this city, in this council. And we were all proven to be right when they had to scramble around, but the damage was already done. People in Ardsley and Robin Hood would do well to remember the site at Haigwood is only allocated because of the actions of Councillor Mulherrin and her colleagues. It is entirely down to her. She could have stopped it at any time and she chose not to. Her weasel words at Plans panel when she tried to speak against it didn't fool anybody. They all know the truth. What they have done is put the land supply in the hands of volume house builders in this city. If they had all the changes to national planning policy that they want and made the same choices, we'd still be in the same mess. The saddest part about it is we're not delivering the types of houses that we need, genuinely affordable houses for young people to get on the housing ladder and for older people to downsize into. Instead, we have seen greenfield site after greenfield site sacrificed for executive homes that were never needed in the plan. Lord Mayor, the damage they have done can never be undone. Talking about local democracy being damaged, well, what is so undemocratic as thousands of people in Councillor Mulherin's ward begging for a site not to be included, not to be developed, and for her doing nothing at all to develop it, to stop that happening. Local democracy starts here in Leeds. The damage in housing was made in Leeds. Let's do something about it. I move the amendment, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carter, just a second.
I second, my Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak, which again I wish to exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It amused me on reading the white paper from Councillor Mulherin that her claims about the impact of government white paper planning for the future are exactly the same impact her party has had on the Morley community with Labour's local planning policies. She talks about an assault on local democracy, creating a licence for ill-considered development without local community input. That's exactly what has happened in Morley when her Labour administration has steamrolled through pro-developer policies that have left greenfield site after greenfield site ripped up and handed over to the volume house builders to make a profit despite the opposition of local residents. Indeed, her bleating about the climate emergency rings hollow when she can't even defend her own greenfield site at Haigwood from housing development. I've read the white paper. The section on government setting housing targets is to be welcome. If such an approach had been previously adopted, we would have had a significant reduction in the number of greenfield sites across Morley and Leeds that would have been saved. And that would, of course, have led to a reduction in the impact of the climate emergency. There are some other interesting proposals on infrastructure levy and affordable housing that are worth considering. However, it offers no real democratic control to local communities, no real power to the people. It offers the same central control we've been resisting for years, whether it is the white paper or this white paper or Labour's previous regional spatial strategy, which both suggest central control over the issues that impact on local people. We have no faith that any central government, Labour, Tory or coalition, has any real commitment to the democratising of the planning system. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. While it is quite clear and obvious to anybody lots of our problems in Leeds are self-inflicted, as Councillor Lamb and Councillor Finnegan have said, it seems to me that is what has been caused previously. The planning white paper is about the future. And I think we need to speak as one voice if we can. And talking about what's happened in the past in this context is wrong. If Councillor Lamb brought a white paper criticising the administration over the period of years, over site allocation plan, etc., then I'd second it, because the administration have made a mess of it. But we are talking about a Tory Secretary of State putting a white paper, and if that comes into being in its present form, would be a disaster. And we might as well give up having planning committees. I mean, the fact is things are bad enough as they are without making them worse. And we are getting, the issue would be that we would lose control locally totally. I mean, the other point about it, which is mentioned, is they're talking about doing away with site notices. I mean, the thing is how the people who are online find out about things. How do the people, we have people complaining now because the site notices have disappeared and stuff like that, and not knowing about planning applications. They're going to have no chance then. This is, to me, an attempt to keep the people who it matters out of objecting to planning applications. It's about not letting their representatives, us, do our job properly as a planning committee. That's what it's about. As I said, if the Conservatives had brought their amendment as a white paper, I fully support them, because the Labour administration have made a mess in the past. But this is about a Tory Secretary of State. I support the motion.
Councillor Caroline Crewin.
Lord Mayor, I sometimes feel that being an ex-primary school teacher enables me to see things in very simple, logical terms. The issues we need to address here are very clear. We need enough affordable homes in all parts of the city to ensure the basic right for everyone to move into a suitable, high-quality first-time home. And yet every year for the last 10 years, the Tory government has failed to build anywhere near enough. At the same time as not building anywhere near enough, it has continually restricted what the planning system can ask of developers, which has further hindered the number of homes available. How many times have councillors of all parties sat around plans panel tables to be told it's not viable to include the correct amount of affordable housing in the scheme? Despite this clearly not being compliant with our policy, it ends up being sacrificed on scheme after scheme. Not only that, where we have managed to establish social housing provision, we've then been forced to sell our best council homes for a fraction of their value, reducing the stock further, and it's put the hope of a home beyond most people's dreams. There isn't one of us here today that cannot tell tales of desperate people in desperate circumstances waiting for years and years to get to the top of an ever-increasing waiting list. And as if that isn't enough, we also know that in Leeds alone, there are 29,000 extant planning permissions, which developers have chosen not to take up, and therefore many more thousands of homes which could have been provided and have not. I accept there are some genuine reasons, but they in no way account for this many lost opportunities. So the question posed by this white paper, ironically called Planning for the Future, is how is it going to address this massive shortage of housing? Plainly, it is not. It's no good, Lord Mayor, for successive Conservative governments to continue blaming previous regimes. What we have before us is 10 years of supposed Tory reform, or rather non-reform. I'm also extremely concerned about the apparent freedom for developers to build whatever they like, wherever they like, and the fact that in Leeds, after many years of evolving new policies and plans, the panels that are appointed placing quality, development and climate change at the forefront of their thinking. And if this becomes law, it will make it impossible to assure that we and our communities build homes we are proud of, not just today, but in 20 or 30 years' time. One of the largest failings of this government is its obsession that Whitehall knows best, that everything has to be done centrally. The record speaks for itself. It's simply not true. I believe in letting local people decide local issues, and that our decision making should result in the fundamentals that I've spoken about, the right housing in the right places, of high quality and affordable to the many. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A few weeks ago, the Yorkshire Post carried an article on this very subject, and in a very good choice of picture along with that. The picture was of Church Fields in East Ardsley, in my ward, an example where the application to build 299 houses was rejected by local residents, local councillors, Leeds City Council, to then be overturned by the then Conservative Secretary of State, Sajid Javid. That image of a picturesque part of East Ardsley being built on highlights many of the issues with current government planning laws. Leeds now has a local plan, consulted on over many years with residents, scrutinised by government inspectors over many weeks and months, and the lack of an agreed local plan was put forward as a reason by the planning inspectors for Church Fields to be built on. Now it looks like we and residents have to go through the process again to make a new plan within 30 months. What about when that new plan is under consultation locally? The presumption in favour of sustainable development remains in the changes being consulted on in the national consultation. It's this presumption that allowed Church Fields to be built on. Where is the protection for any space in Leeds then? Prior to the local plan in Leeds being in place, developers listed over 50 sites in my ward they wanted to build on.
This has been reduced to less than 10 in the site allocation plan, offering protection to the majority of land across the area. All of these could now be at risk in the same way Churchfield was. Government proposals are to classify some sites as growth areas, allowing a streamlined planning process. What about community engagement on these sites? These proposals reduce the ability for local residents and their representatives to have a say on planning matters affecting their community. Even the Conservative group on this council believes the proposals of their own government to be dangerous, openly speaking out against them in their amendment. They also mention a planning application in my ward for greenfield land around Hague Woods, which was passed earlier in the year. Whilst it's not a decision I'm happy with, it should be noted that councillors on the plans panel in May voted in good faith, following the evidence put before them and the legal advice they received. We might disagree with what planning officers sometimes put before us, but they are following planning law, and I'd hope all of us as councillors respect the laws of this country and would follow and uphold them. The responsibility to change planning law rests with the government, and their proposals are not the change we all need. It should also be noted that last year, all Conservative councillors chose not to vote at all when the site allocation plan was presented to us all. They didn't vote against, they didn't even abstain. Why did they not have the courage of their convictions? If they're not simply trying to score political points on the issue, why aren't they, without taking a pop at the administration and council staff, working with us to demand change to national planning regulations to benefit communities across our city? I support the motion as put forward by Councillor Mulherin.
Well done, Ben. Well done.
Councillor Anderson, Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I think some Labour members need to be told the white paper was submitted before the development plans panel. So what was the political motivation behind that? Again, we've got a Labour administration who are refusing to understand what it is they're actually saying and the consequences of what they're saying. They've got no alternatives. Not one Labour councillor has come up with an alternative to what we've got just now. What we do have just now is we have poor policy making within the administration. They don't accept the infrastructure needs of the sites. They refuse to do anything about it. The city needs leadership on planning, not condescending and dismissive views on the views of local communities. Is the white paper perfect? No. But what it does do, if we work together, Councillor Mulherin is so proud of saying what the LGA are saying. The LGA are saying work together. This paper coming forward today is not a very good sign that the administration have any plans whatsoever for working together. None. But there are some good points here. It will mean that major investors who are being put off by the current planning system nationally will have a degree of security. A civil servant at a recent PAS webinar pointed out that there will be no requirement for a 5-year land supply coming in this as well. Surely we welcome that. It also would enable us to, money generated locally would be spent locally. I know the administration doesn't want that. They want it generated in the wealth areas and then redistributed. SIL would then be looked at again so that we actually get the investment we need. Planning will need to take notice of neighbourhood plans. Again, something that the administration and the officers do not like. They do not want neighbourhood plans to be in existence. We've got a real problem here. We need to come up with 33 local design policy statements so that we can see what's happening. So if the local communities say no, it means no. It doesn't mean someone comes along and undermines what's happening. At least that was what the administration said at the last council meeting, where they were in favour of devolution all the way down. Let's devolve it down to local communities. If they say no, it should mean no. Now, if you don't believe me, just ask the communities of Ardsley, of Rothwell or Meanwood recently, who have all been subject to planning applications that this administration brought forward for approval, but masses of residents were against it. Why do you not listen? I mean, fine, you can ignore me because you always do. But why do you ignore your own residents in your own area? They're telling you you're getting it wrong. We've got an opportunity to change. Let's work together. and move this great city forward, because at the moment we are sadly lacking in leadership, and all it is turning planning into a political football all over the place, because the decision making that you're coming up with, the policies that you're coming up with, you've had the chance. One of the points being made is about climate change. You've had a chance to do it. You've been working on it for long enough. You've brought nothing forward in terms of giving guidance on tree planting, on tree replacement, on compliance with policies EN1 and EN2. You allow officers to continually not chase it up. If you say clearly to them, thank you, Lord Mayor, I support the amendment in the name of Councillor Lamb.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Walshaw.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, it's good to speak in support of Councillor Mulheron's amendment, and also good to see yet again an attempt by opposition councillors to rewrite the planning history of this city and to suggest that we don't do effective and lawful and sensible and organised planning in this city. I hate to say this, folks, but opposition councillors should pay attention to the fact that our plans were always found sound. It was the government inspectors that messed up recently that gave us that issue with the Greenbelt sites. But let's turn to this white paper. I think after looking at what's been said in planning circles about this white paper, there are two schools of thought, Lord Mayor. The first one is the landowners and developers charter to cover green fields around our cities with the lowest quality beige blandness they can get away with. Or two, it's a huge centralising power grab by the Prime Minister and then this Boris Johnson bloke who works for Dominic. Now, obviously, number two will allow number one. That's what this planning policy, this planning white paper is all about in its present form. Look, I'm a planning policy maker, Lord Mayor, and I'm a decision taker. And this white paper, these white paper proposals that the government has put forward fill me with real and serious misgivings about what they'll mean for both of these activities. Let's look at a wee couple of details as briefly as I can. There's very little on infrastructure. How do we bring infrastructure together to work to produce a city fit for the 21st century? There's very little on that, whether it's transport, health, education, community facilities. We've been through public inquiries. We've seen how weak the current planning system is. The government has bequeathed on us. This does nothing about that. There's nothing on actual affordable housing. And I don't mean the Tory description of affordable housing. I mean affordable housing that is genuinely within reach of ordinary people in this city. There is nothing on that, nothing. The three-zone planning system that Councillor Mulheron spoke to, I won't repeat the detailed description, but seriously, that's simplicity is beguiling, but simplicity can also be nonsense. New York has a three-zone planning system, but it also has 600 and something New York bylaws to support that planning system. Planning needs complexity. Planning decisions last lifetimes. We're a city, as I've said before, Lord Mayor, still dealing with the consequences of the 19th century, let alone the 20th. And when we come to decision taking, when it comes to plan applications, what is this white paper about? This government white paper is about excluding citizens and excluding elected representatives. Who benefits from that? As the Marxists say, quo bono? Well, it's the volume house builders. The volume house builders that the Conservative Council said they're dead set against. I don't think your government is, and you need to step up with us to work together. We cannot have the meaningless weak tea in this white paper. But the good news is that we all get together next week to start to come up with a common voice for Leeds. I'll just finish on one thing, Lord Mayor, as you may expect me to say, given my other role I do on this council. A 2050 zero carbon day is a meaningless civilization killing date, and that has to change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Mulheron, really, you know, if you're going to make statements, please don't fall into the habit of your leader and stretch the truth. As Councillor Anderson made it very clear, your white paper was tabled before my suggestion at the Development Plans Panel that we had an all-party working group. And in fairness, it was Councillor Walshaw who, after some umming and ahhing, welcomed my suggestion, whilst you huffed and puffed and looked to have been completely outmanoeuvred. It is no good condemning this white paper out of hand, and I have a number of criticisms of the white paper, not least the fact I believe it is a lost opportunity to get a grip of the housing land supply from a handful of major house builders. But my goodness me, when someone refers to rewriting the planning history of Leeds, let me tell you, Councillor Walshaw, The residents of Leeds don't need the housing discussions of Leeds and housing plans of Leeds rewriting. They know only too well that you have historically wanted to build more houses than was necessary, more houses than the government standard number, and sacrifice unnecessarily green belt sites, now 37 of which have been put back in the green belt by a High Court judge. Your planning from the days of Councillor Peter Gruen, who led your core strategy, to Councillor Richard Lewis and now to Councillor Mulherrin, have made a complete shambles of planning in the city of Leeds. Little wonder government doesn't listen to your rants. Let's hope we can get some sort of united front to put forward suggestions. As Robert Finnegan said, a lot of things in this white paper are actually potentially very good. So let's go into the discussions with that mindset and not trying to defend the indefensible, which is what you seem to want to do. Councillor Caroline Gruen, well, of all people, she presided over a plans panel meeting only 10 days ago, where two members of her own party were not present for the first parts of the debate on a planning application on a greenfield site, and she allowed them to vote. Now, I thought, and so do many other people, that we'd long established that if you weren't there for the whole of a debate, you couldn't vote on a planning application. So I'll take no lectures from Caroline Gruen about anything. Now, we come to Councillor Galton, itching to come in, no doubt, on planning. Councillor Galton, there we go. Now, he suddenly has become an expert on planning, interjecting whenever he can. This is the same Councillor Galton, Lord Mayor, who failed to attend any part of the SAP inquiry. None at all. He just wasn't there. Don't say no, Stuart, you weren't. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I don't know where that came from, Councillor Carter. I'll send you the photographs of when I was at the SAP inquiry. Hopefully that's proof enough for you. This is a real exercise in deflection. It really is. I mean, the Labour group on the council, do you know what? I've criticised their performance in terms of their spatial planning for a long while. And the ultimate weakness behind it is the fact that they just wanted to build a maximum number of houses to chase the developer dollar because they wanted the council tax income from all those new homes. And now we have the Conservative Party nationally doing exactly the same thing, although it's more a reflection of the proportion of their income for their own party from big national developers, that they're seeking to give them an even easier ride than they already have. And we've already seen what that has delivered here in Leeds. The big issue here is, and why my group are quite happy to support the Labour Party proposal here, is that we are able to have this argument here, whether it's in the Civic Hall chamber or whether it's in this virtual realm. We can have the argument because we still have the power to have influence over how houses are built in our council. And you, as an opposition leader, can have a go at the Labour Party and their record, and hopefully at some point there can be some change, because local people can say, do you know what? I don't agree with how my city is developing. If your government gets its way, we're not going to have that opportunity to have our say about our local environment and how we build going forward. And it's really dangerous. And all this stuff about, oh, we really need to have a consensus and we all need to work together to go tell the government that we don't like it. Well, do you know what? You could just tell them yourself. Why doesn't your group write to your government? Why don't you write to your MPs and tell them, if you vote for this, you're letting us down locally? I'd love to see that published. But don't have a go at the Labour Party for actually doing a decent motion that actually other people can vote for except yourself, because you don't have the integrity to stand up to your government emphatically and say you're wrong, and we're willing to put ourselves against our government and vote against it. So that's why we're supporting this paper. We're not supporting the Labour Party and its spatial policies because it's been a failure for this city, but we appreciate that it's their failure to make because they've been elected locally to do so, and it's our job to replace them to do a better job, not the government in Westminster.
Thank you. Councillor Moore-Erin to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking Councillors Garner, Gruen and Walshaw for their comments, and for Councillor Blackburn and Councillor Galton for supporting my white paper motion today. Councillor Lamb, just to be clear, it's your government that wants to talk about planning in the middle of a global pandemic. They're the ones that brought out a national consultation in August and are asking for our views now. Apparently, you and your group on this council are too embarrassed to deal with the issues that your government are raising, and have therefore created a smokescreen with your Tory amendment today. A bit like the promises of devolution of powers from your government as well, simultaneously taking power away from local councils through the proposals in this white paper. Councillor Finnegan referred to the government algorithm for housing numbers, which is an interesting notion, given the experience that students had up and down the country over the summer months with the government's proposals for algorithms around determining their student exam results. So I think there's a number of issues here. We will obviously get into more detail on the cross-party subgroup, which Councillor Carter actually, I spoke first on last week, and I think it probably was recorded if anybody wants to check the minutes, to support having that working group. And we have got a date in the diary, which has, as I said earlier, been checked with your diary so that you can contribute as well. The idea, though, that we can trust this government is laughable. How can we trust a government that's more than willing to break its own negotiated agreements and international law? How can we trust the government on planning when the current planning minister's links to dodgy planning applications, as well as actively helping developers get away with not paying contributions, are all ignored by the Prime Minister? How can we trust the government when the Prime Minister himself has those same links to the same billionaire developer for a different planning application when he was London Mayor? When so many developers are funding, lobbying and donating to the Tory party, I'm not surprised you're too embarrassed to deal with the issues that are created by your government's proposals. So how can we trust the government to stand up for our communities through the zones that they're creating, the algorithms that they want to put forward? I don't believe we can, and I don't want our communities to be forced into that position. So if we can just encourage the other groups, clearly the Tory group have made their position very clear today. Their desperate smokescreen tactics won't, I don't think, fool anybody else. And I would urge the other groups to work with us and to support my white paper motion today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now call on the votes. We'll call on the votes and the amendment in the name of Councillor Lamb. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group vote against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative group are in favour, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Doss, are you for, against, or abstain?
Liberal Democrat group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
FBI group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. We're now going to call the motion in the name of Councillor Mulherrin. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group vote for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Liberal Democrat group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're abstaining, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been carried. We'll now go to the procedural motion. Councillor Dawson,
I'd like to move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor School, Councillor Councillor School.
I second, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go for a vote in the procedural motion. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group of 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
Most certainly for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
Oh, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Blackburn? You might have
Sorry,
lost-
sorry, Lord Mayor. No, I hadn't unmuted. For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been carried. So we'll go into no debate paper. Councillor Blake?
Lord Mayor, I'm sure I speak on behalf of every member of council in really welcoming this white paper, offering our united congratulations to Leeds United Football Club on its promotion to the Premier League, and what a pleasure it was to watch them playing Liverpool at the weekend. Unfortunately, they didn't win, but a great sight for us all, and really delighted to formally move this white paper.
Thank you. Councillor Carter?
Yes, my Lord Mayor, I have pleasure in seconding, and I have to say, referring to the match that leaders referred to, what an exciting match. I've no doubt they'll stay up with performances like that.
Councillor Dawes?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to also support the motion. We're a Premier city and we need a Premier football team. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kinder? Councillor Kinder?
Independents would like to support this and to say congratulations to Leeds on a wonderful match on Saturday. I'm sure they'll go far playing football like that. Thank you.
Councillor Dobson?
Delighted to support, Lord Mayor, and if we can put 3 away at Anfield against the league and world champions, I think we're going to have a very, very fine season. Well done, lads.
Councillor David Blackburn? Councillor Blackburn, David Blackburn?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Can I also support the motion, and we want them to stop there?
Thank you. I'll now call for a vote. If any members should be against or abstain, please say so. I'll take your silence as a yes. That's been carried. We're all in favor. Before we move on to the next paper, a request has been received from Councillor Stevenson under CPR 14.9A to alter the motion in his name, and that has been circulated to all members during the course of this afternoon. Council will first vote on the procedural matters set out on the other paper. If this is carried, then we can hear from Councillor Stevenson. So, Councillor Cohen.
Move in terms of the notice, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anderson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
We'll now call for a vote on the motion. Councillor Dawson, are we for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group vote against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Curran, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, which is Councillor Dawson, sorry, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Blackburn?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. And this takes us to the end of the meeting. So thank you all for coming, and please stay safe. Look after yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank
Thank you.
you.